There's no audio for the audience.
Can the audience hear us now?
Yes.
Can the audience hear us?
It's because I just unmuted myself.
It's because we have that microphone on that we're getting that echo.
And whose laptop is that?
Yeah,
That's your off sound.
Testing.
How would we know? Is there a way we can respond?
Testing.
Text it.
Like people on Facebook.
I didn't touch my. And they can do it.
Trying to figure out what's going on.
Needs that I had my. The speakers on that laptop. It's off.
I don't think the ones on the laptop are on, but I'll check.
What about this
I'm not on my.
speaker now, Sammy's?
It's off.
So this one, the speakers, if you don't need to listen to it, you can just turn it off. Then you won't have the speaker now.
Sammy's speaker is on.
Yeah, we need to turn the speaker off at that end.
Did you turn mine off on my?
Yes, your speaker is off.
Okay.
See, now it's stopped.
Yeah, so you turn the speaker off, right?
Yes, but I don't think the sound is consistent.
Well, that, yes, unless somebody is gonna talk online, but we're gonna have to leave the speaker off of there.
I don't know, mine's not even-
Because we have the mic back here, so when you're getting that feedback, that they can't hear with the mic back here. Because the mic is so close to the
They're
speaker.
saying they can hear now.
Oh, they can hear now. Don't touch anything.
Yep, there you go.
Okay, are we recording?
Yeah, it's still.
Got everything.
Mike is off. Yeah, we can.
Testing. Oh, there's no echo. Beautiful. Are we good to start?
Yes.
Okay, third time is the charm. This is
Hold on.
Jack speaking. Hold on, wait. What are we waiting for? Okay, yes.
We would call to order.
The face. It seemed like there's still no audio for the Zoom participants.
Testing.
We can hear the audio now.
Can you hear us? Mish?
Yes.
Oh, okay, Mish can hear fine.
Oh, okay.
I can hear Bob. I'm clearly read, but not.
Something is where it says fail to detect your speaker, make
That's
sure.
fine, they turned your speakers off.
Okay.
That's fine.
Means the captions is capturing everything that's being said too. So they must be able to hear us.
Okay. If the chair would like to read the scripts.
Share. Mish, are we good? We should proceed. Mish, you can hear us?
Okay.
Mish, can you hear us?
She put it
Yeah,
on.
she gave it. Yeah, what's up?
I can read, she's saying. She's saying I can read the captioning. But the voice is very quiet.
You just say yell into the microphone.
Eric is saying yell into the microphone. Is that better, Mish? Mish is saying I'll turn my camera off. Do you think?
No, I should do it.
Bob says no, that won't work.
Is anyone else having trouble hearing?
Is there anyone else having difficulty hearing us? Anyone out in the Zoom audience?
Sammy, this is,
Yeah, Sharon's saying can hear but pretty bad sound.
Sharon says can hear but bad sound. And it was that way for the RAC meeting as well, says Tammy.
Bob, this is Tina. I can hear, but there is no closed captioning.
Remember.
I have the opposite. I can see the closed captioning, but it's hard to hear everyone except Bob.
Very hard to hear except for Bob.
Now we hear nothing.
This is the captioner. I'm sorry to interrupt. But when we first started and Sammy was
Is this
speaking-
better?
Yes.
Yes. It's
What about this? Better?
No, it was better the
And
first time.
This. Please go talk about it.
Okay, shall I voice loudly? Mish, can you hear me? Oh, okay. A loud day. Okay, so she will just voice then. Okay, let's start the meeting now. It's 10:13, March 20th, 2024. This is the Board of Sign Language Interpreters. We're meeting in person and through Zoom, and it's being recorded for the public. We ask anyone who is watching on Zoom, please turn your camera off and mute. The entire meeting, please keep it off until the end when we have space and time for public comments. So we're going to follow the agenda. Now we need a roll call. I am Jack. I'm here. Audrey is here. Yes. Al. Mish. Here. Colleen here. Tammy. Yeah, Tammy's here. And Eric.
Here.
I got his name signed correct. Here. Okay, members. When you wish to speak, please state your last name or really first name, because it culturally is appropriate to just use your first name for the record. The public members wishing to speak under the public and interested parties feedback period must sign in on the roster sheet available in the room, and for public members on Zoom, please email carrie.edwards@oha.oregon.gov and provide your first and last name. OHA. Oh, excuse me. Carrie.edwards@oha.oregon.gov. Everyone here is asked to use appropriate language, manners, and protocols when conducting board business. This meeting is called to order. Okay, so I'm going to start with the agenda. It has been approved, is that correct? It needs to be approved? Bob?
Chair and members of the board, we would like to amend the agenda, and we're going to remove item number 3, the executive session.
Okay,
So now, Chair, you can,
oh, so we won't have an executive meeting?
correct. It would have, yeah, it would have been,
Are there any objections to this amendment? No, okay. So I assume, yeah, we're going to approve that amendment to remove number 3, correct? Just the one. Okay. Anything else on the agenda? Are there any other recommendations? What is the voting process? We need to make a motion. We need to make a motion.
yes.
Okay, so we will, Audrey now. I recommend to approve the amended agenda by removing item number 3. Is that good? Second, yes, Eric seconds. And let's go ahead and do a vote. Eric?
Aye.
Aye, says Tammy. Audrey, aye. Yes, Colleen, aye. Allison, support, aye. And Jack, yes, I also. Okay, now entering into the executive session, we can skip that and begin with the rule timeline options.
So this is Sammy, at note for the record. So some of you listened to the Rules Advisory Committee last week. I don't know if everybody did. So there was some concern about the timeline because it's a crunch timeline, so we need to have something in place by June 8th to take over the HLO temporary rules. So kind of two options that we have are for, which was originally on the schedule, was for you guys to adopt proposed rules today. With that said, the RAC didn't really get anywhere. So they adopted the code of conduct, the NAD and RID professional code of conduct for all the 6 license types to follow and be in compliance. And they loosely got the requirements for provisional license, but they still have a lot of work to do coming up with supervision and, what type of work are they supposed to be doing under supervision? Is there direct supervision, indirect? So a lot of things to go with that. So kind of your two options are this. You can take what HLO put in place on January 1st, which is what's in place now. And just as it is, approve that as a proposed rule, roll it out to the world, and we follow the timeline that we're on. We go on the April 1st Oregon Bulletin, 28 days for public comment, the 16th, there would be a hearing.
Sorry, when will the public comment?
From the 1st of April to the 28th of April. April 16th will be the hearing. And then the board will meet May 15th to adopt permanent rules. So that's the first option.
Or to adopt?
Yes. Well, you would consider all the public comment received, I'm sorry, and the hearings officer report. You have to consider all those things.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Oh. So you have to consider the hearings officer report and all the public comment received. And then you can make changes to the permanent rule or to the draft of the rules, and then you would adopt them permanent, and they would go in place on June 8th. So you would have permanent rules of the boards on June 8th. So that's your first option. Obviously, the problem with that is that this has not been vetted through the RAC or the board. It is what HLO came up with using the information that was provided by Mish at our request. So there's the second option would be to do that same thing and make some tweaks to what's in those rules. So if today you decided under the provisional, you were going to take out the interview.
The language, the language proficiency, is that what you meant?
Like say today you wanted to remove the American Sign Language performance interview 4 or above. So you would remove that and then, so you can make some tweaks to this and then approve those proposed. And then we go through that same process. April 1st to April 28th, public comment, April 16th hearing, May 15th, review and consider the public comment received, and the hearings officer reports, meeting on May 15th, and adopt permanent rules based on what you've considered. The third option is to, a possibility of filing a temporary rule, a board temporary rule, that would be based on what the RAC has done and what they will continue to do over the next 3 meetings. So they are scheduled to meet Friday, March 22nd, March 27th, and April 10th. The biggest concern with the temporary rule is that you have to meet certain parameters. So is there serious risk to the public? If you don't have those temporary rules in place. So there's that. So those are kind of all of your options. Obviously, the temporary rule one, there is some risk if we don't have all those things in place. But at the end of the day, if we don't have licensing, then people can't get interpreting services. So I think I can make the case. And that would be vetted through the rec. It gives us a little more time to vet the rules. Or you can do the proposed rule, and that way you have a permanent rule on committee. The RAC would still be going. So it'd be moving simultaneously, the RAC and this proposed to permanent rule track. And I don't know what it meant. ... Because you have a permanent rule, so it gives us more time. We're not stuck to the 180 days.
Can I ask a question, Tammy?
Mhm.
Hold on, Dave, first we're gonna switch.
Please.
This is Heather. Am I correct that with those three options, that the board could also choose to do two of those options at the same time? Where they put in place option 1 or 2 so that they know they have rules in place by the time that licensing would stop under the HLO rules. But then they would also do the RAC, the third option at the same time, so that if there's any changes recommended by the RAC, those could happen in the future.
Yep.
After the set rules are done, but that future changes could be made to those rules and be amended. It's just that you're trying to secure that rules are in place by a particular timeline. So it's whether to run 2 tracks or 1 track. And again, trying to meet that deadline as to when rules need to be in place for licensing.
Yeah.
We are moving.
Tammy? Adams? So the RAC was to provide recommended rules. But before the RAC met, in their material that was sent via email, that included the rules that are currently in place. And so I wonder, where were those rules from initially? Who decided on those rules? And so the board, when we met in January, we tried to dive into the rules and propose ideas. But HLO said, we don't need to be doing that right now. That is the RAC's job. They will come up with the rules. But somehow before the RAC even convened, they were given a set of rules that were already decided. So I wonder, where is that from?
It's my understanding of, I need to come on. Okay, I'm Jack. I see you over there. It's my understanding, my belief that the rules come from the temporary rules that we created. And that we're using that as a rough draft. Okay. From the temporary rule rough draft. until it becomes a formal draft. Rough draft. Is that correct, Sandy?
Yes, I would say that is correct.
Yeah, okay.
Hold on one moment, we're gonna interpret that, your comment on the camera. Okay.
Comment was yes, that's right.
Sandy says yes, that's correct.
Awesome.
Hi, Mom.
I want to check in with the team now because now it's moving chairs. How is everybody feeling about the flow?
That's obvious, colleagues. Okay. So, can we just pause for a moment, Jack? Is that okay?
Yes, Jack,
We're gonna pause, figure out the interpretation process.
Yes. I think you.
Can I say something? At the RAC, just for food for thought, we didn't do all of this. Everyone sit in their chairs and there was a dialogue. We said our name first and then we spoke. And it seemed to work. Okay.
Tammy?
I noticed as an audience member listening to that RAC meeting, it was very confusing. The meeting went very fast. People talked over each other and I don't feel that everyone was able to participate. Namely Darcy. His things were moving too quickly.
Jack says thank you for bringing that up. That's correct.
Well, I'll follow Darcy.
This is it's democracy.
Oh,
So
the
that's
democracy, excuse me, but also the name sign of Darcy. I'll follow. What do you prefer?
Melissa, the interpreter, is saying for the interpreter that's sitting there, if the members stay seated, the interpreter seated there can copy sign what is being signed in the audience, and then that way it's accessible through the Zoom meeting. Would that work? What are your feelings? Jack asks. Colleen. Oh, I have to come off. I need to come up on the camera. Wait, stay. Bring the chair over. We get on screen, both of us. Move the camera a little bit. Okay, that works. And Colleen is saying, well, see, we can both fit on screen. So how about when somebody, the signer sits here, and then when somebody in the, at the tables, they can respond, sign the response. And then that way we're here, we're ready. Correct? John was saying, you read my mind. That's perfect. So these chairs stay here, correct? Colleen is saying. Okay, just leave it for the next person when you're done with your comment, correct? Good? And Ashley, the interpreter, is saying, let's try it. Minish has something. Wait, Minish online wants to say something.
Mrs. Menish, would you like me to speak or say my comment in sign language? What works for you all?
Yeah, I refer to what others say. Here, I'll come sit for my comment. On camera.
Hi, Mish. It's hard to see just, you know, from inside the seating arrangement. I can't see you right now, but I think I would prefer, you know, leave your camera on. It would be nice for you to have access, and I want you to sign the responses.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and do that, Mish says.
And I miss, thank you for copy signing. Yes. I think I copy signing. Okay, Tammy, Jack. Can Tammy please come in? So, should I speak?
That's up to you.
So the other comment that I have, Tammy Adams, yes, as far as adopting any rules that the RAC has already done, already talked about, what have you. I know I got materials for this meeting yesterday and printed out, there's a stack of pages. I'm not able to digest all of that in one day. I have other things going on, and all other things going on, report, you know, about this kind of thing. So to ask me to approve things that the RAC has talked about or agreed on even so far, I don't feel comfortable doing that because I haven't even read what we are supposed to have read here today, much of what the RAC is.
Seeing head nods in the room. This is Jack, Sammy.
This is Sammy. So what you were given yesterday does not include the RAC information. It is exactly what you got on January 3rd and 4th. I didn't feel that the RAC information was flushed out enough. There were still several things they need to come back around and do.
This is Jack, Sammy.
Then I'm not comfortable adopting things that the RAC has talked about since I have read what they proposed.
This is Jack, Heather.
Thanks, Jack. So for today, if I understand correctly, there would not be an adoption of anything the RAC has done. The question is, because there's a certain timeline as to when the current HLO rules will expire, what are the options for getting rules in place at that time? And so the routes that Sammy had stated are for the decision today, not which, and that does not include a decision on adopting rules that the RAC has done today. That would be in the future. But it's which process, which pathway would we take to get rules in place for the future? One of those being only running the course of having the RAC continue to vet rules with the possibility that those rules might not be ready by the time that the HLO rules expire. Or with the option of running that course, not adopting those rules today, running that course, but then also running a dual course of adopting rules that are the same as or similar to what the HLO currently has in place. And so it's a decision on how are we going to get to that June 8th date. Correct. Maybe go over those options again, so so that people can hear them with that understanding in mind.
And this is Jack. Colleen has a comment.
Thank you.
And don't forget to say your name.
This is Colleen, right? Colleen. I understand that we're trusting the expertise of the RAC committee, but also what about, I don't know about, I'm the wrong person to advise on the legal terminology, but what if we put something to the understanding that we could change things last minute until they become part of the permanent record, that we can still, we have the date, but it can be grandfathered in. Oh, I'm
Jack
off
saying,
screen.
so we can just pencil it, you're saying we're just gonna pencil it in?
So I'm wondering if there is a way that we could put down the concept and recognize it as a rough draft, a rough version of it. And then once to satisfy the date, and then we could, is it possible to change it at any time after that?
So Jack is saying it's subject to change would be the language. Okay, would you mind if I go first and then?
Eric said, yes, please.
This is Jack here, this is a question for you, Heather. So with the extension, or we adopted a temporary extension until the 8th, I'm curious, does the law allow us any language where we can, is there a maximum of 6 months, or can we extend it another 6 months at that point? Because it's a really unique situation where we're working with a congregation, we're working with multiple languages, and there's so much involved in the processes that I feel like this is going to take us a little bit more time than usual. So I'm wondering if it's legally possible to extend it further than just the 6 months. Instead of June 8th to December. So that we can, that will give us ample time to discuss all the intricacies of this and come to an agreement. And so could that be considered an accommodation to the board's needs?
Will that affect the timeline?
Yeah, I prefer quality over meeting a deadline.
So Sam, this is Heather. Sammy and I will both be responding to that great question. And I think we're all
Great.
feeling.
I'll go ahead and move back to my seat. Heather. Or would you like me to stay and respond?
Either way is fine. Thank you. I think everyone is feeling the time crunch. And so that is why I believe Sammy has presented some options, because recognizing that time crunch and that there does need to be further vetting of rules. How can we get that vetting done, but also have licensing in place so that people can work and people can get the services they need? So I believe that Sammy has presented some options that would get us there to both vet rules that will be permanent, but yet can be amended in the future, as well as allow for licensing to continue. Try not to get too mixed up with the word permanent. Permanent doesn't mean you can't amend it in the future. It just means it goes through a different process than the temporary and needs to meet different standards than the temporary. So even though we're trying to get the board to adopt rules that would be in place through the permanent process, which is necessary, you can always amend rules in the future. And so even though rules could be in place that would look like what HLO has currently in place now, that vetting process through the RAC would then be looking at making those changes like an amendment. So you can always change that rule. It's not going to be permanent in the sense of not changeable. You'll just have to go through another rulemaking process under the law to make those amendments or to delete out what you want to delete out. Sammy, can you add in your thoughts on that?
That's good. I mean, the only other option is take,
Jack, Sandy, go ahead.
the only other option is to take the risk of maybe filing a temporary rule that has the RAC vetted over the next 3 weeks. But it still keeps you in the June 8th timeline to crunch.
Jack, how does the board feel about that suggestion? Colleen?
Here, this is Colleen speaking. Making sure I'm on screen. My only concern is the wording. That it says it needs to be completed by June 8th. I don't want to approve things quickly. I really want to have time for the community to be informed and have a say. And Jack is saying, yes, I agree.
Say yes, that's my concern as well.
So I would like to contact the interpreting community and get their feedback. Well, and what about June 8th in terms of they might not have enough time to clear their schedule?
For interpreters who live out of state.
For interpreters who live out of state, it might take longer. I want to make sure for them to have time to meet the requirements so they can work in the state if we pull it to the very last minute.
And this is Jack. Who was next? Sorry, Sammy, did you have a comment? Did I miss no comment? Yes, Sammy.
So, through the whole process, we've been notifying all interpreters that have a license, and then anybody that is on our interested parties list. So just try to keep them informed. There will be the 28-day comment period where anybody can write in. Anybody can join the hearing, either through Zoom or in person, and that's the opportunity for community, interpreters, the public, whomever wants to make comments can do so. And then the board would then consider all of those on the 15th of May. You can always have a longer comment period if you want, to give them extra time, but you still have, I mean, at this point, you have to have something in place on June 8th, or we just won't be licensing. I mean, that's just, we can't do that.
Jack, yeah, Eric?
Do I need to go up to the, I'm just gonna voice, do I need to go up on the camera to voice or, okay.
Yes, if you wouldn't mind.
So, and I don't know if the HLO folks can just clarify for us, but what we're talking about right now is that the temporary rules expire June 7th, right? And so we either have to get permanent rules in place or there's gonna be nothing to protect language access. All right, so that's, I just wanted to clarify that, that's what we're talking about. That we can adopt rules, but at the same time, the RAC is going to continue meeting. And the RAC is going to be reviewing those rules and making recommendations for amendments. And so we'll continue to have meetings after June 8th, but we need to adopt something so that people can continue interpreting the state. Is that like a good recap of what we're talking about right now? And so Sammy's proposing 3 different ways to do that. And
Yes.
if you will, after 10 minutes with time, Sammy, if you could kind of re-explain those 3 options, so that way I think we can all have a freedom to see them. Because I think some of us are fixed on the time crunch and not seeing the possible solutions that you're offering. So if you could re-emphasize that,
Yep.
I think it might be a little easier to kind of come to a consensus on the new practice.
This is Jack, Paul Tammy.
So I think we need to figure out is even the right word, the easiest way to get us to adopting those rules with the least amount of changes. So my concern is we put out some rules and
Yes,
then they get
it's Jack, yes.
changed. And then people don't know they were changed. And then I want to have the least, yes,
Eric.
Eric is saying,
These bumps in the road for the community and for the interpreters. Because if we put rules in place that say, an interpreter can interpret in this situation, right? And then we change the rule, and so then I take a job saying that I can interpret in this situation. And then we change the rules, that now means I can't interpret in that situation. What do I do with that job? What happens to that client? Do they now not have an interpreter? Do I have to give the job back and hopefully get another interpreter in there? I want to decrease the amount of disruptions that we have to the community. And I understand we're on a time crunch. But the community shouldn't suffer because of our time crunch. Because the RAC is on a time crunch because we couldn't get interpreters for that meeting. So they had to cancel, so now they're behind. As far as meeting notifications, meeting notification went out on Monday for this meeting today. That's not enough time for people to be able to attend, if they want to attend to comment. That's when I got it. I'm getting confused with.
It went out at least a week and a half ago. It was sent
Okay.
out,
So
and
maybe
then
there was
a follow-up email was sent to you
follow-up
guys
email. Okay,
with the materials.
so there was another email that went out to the
Oh, yeah,
community
absolutely.
that we didn't get,
You should have gotten it.
should have gotten, okay. So as much notice as we can get to the community so that they can participate in meetings to be able to comment.
Nathan?
Yes, Nathan?
This is Nathan. One of our main delivery methods is a thing called Gov Delivery. It's a mass email set up for government. If you have certain email addresses, they may not work with it, such as a yahoo.com or a hotmail.com. In addition, you may want to check your spam folders. If you are not sure if your email is getting through, please do not hesitate to call me. I can check to see if your email is on the list, and if it is, and it got bounced back, I can see why. So in summation, if you're having a problem or not getting them, just call me and I will work with you through it and we'll figure it out.
Thank you.
Well,
Any additional comments or discussion? This is Jack. Eric?
Thank you. I was just showing Tammy that I did get email from March 11th that was talking about the work, so this is just like a conversation.
Would be my issue.
Yes, Bob?
This is Bob. This is a great opportunity. Thanks for bringing that up, Eric. We don't want to have side conversations of any sort because we want to stay within the public records law and the public meetings law, excuse me. So thank you very much.
Jack? So what is the best way to proceed? Any ideas, members of the board? This is Al. I would, if you want me to go up, is it under here? On camera? Yes, please do.
so I'm Al. I liked how you started. Sorry, I'm gonna, is that okay if we move this?
Jefferson.
There we go. That looks better. Should I start again? Okay, my name is Al. I like what Jack proposed. And I've been listening to all of your comments and I understand, we don't want to hurt the community with a short timeline. And understanding that we don't want all this information to be fluctuating all the time. So I like what Jack was proposing. I don't remember exact wording that you used, Jack. But have everything kind of ready and sent out. I feel like that is the best option.
Jack, thank you, Al. This is Jack. So Heather and Sammy. Do we need to discuss this further? Or are we able to just proceed with that option? Can you remind us what those three pathways are?
Yes, this is Sammy. So the first option would be to, I'm just gonna narrow it down to two. take the rules that are in place now, the HLO temporary rules that were in place on January 1st, take those, you can make a few changes to them today and approve them as proposed. And they would be in the Oregon Bulletin on the 1st of April, 28 days for comment from April 1 to April 28. April 16th would be a hearing where anyone could come and voice their opinion on Zoom or in person. And then on May 15th, everything would be compiled and given to you guys in advance to review, consider. On May 15th, you'd come and do that and adopt permanent rules, then be in place June 8th. At the same time, the RAC would still be meeting because we understand that the rules that you would be approving today, the proposed ones, are not the best. They haven't been vetted, the RAC hasn't seen them, community hasn't seen them. So we will be simultaneously still having the RAC, but it doesn't box us in. So the RAC could meet 8 times, 9 times, 10 times. We could have a community engagement in the middle, 2 or 3 if we wanted to. So if we're not boxed into that June 8th, then we have all these other options to get people's input and feedback. That's the first option. The second option would be to really do nothing today. And the RAC meet 3 more times. And on May 15th, I'd bring you the rules. And you would say, bless them as temporary rules. In hopes that there is reasons that there has to be certain reasons to file a temporary rules. There has to be a serious prejudice and risk to the public. So I think we can make that case, and I'm gonna say for sure. So those are, I mean, the less bumps in the road will obviously be go to the temporary rule. You still have to have something in place on June 8th, which would be a temporary rule, which then gives you another 6 months. So, I mean, there would be more bumps, but you would get the best set of rules if you went through the proposed process now. Proposed rules and permanent rules on June 8th. And then we would just be moving the process along with the RAC so that we have better rules, more informed. Does that make sense?
This is Jake. It's not like there's the first, wait, is that the first option you were just adding on to, or is that the second option?
Second.
The second, okay. Thoughts? Eric?
Derek. With the RAC meeting, there was talks about an extension until November or something. Is that what you are talking about when you say extending the temporary rule?
Yeah, this is Sammy. So yes, if you were to, on May 15th, adopt the temporary rule and we could make it all fit, that would technically, I think, take you out to November 4th. Fingers to the day. Calculated it. Yeah, no, December 4th. December 4th.
And can you, I guess, help me understand a little better, if we did that and extended the temporary rules till December, what are the perceived barriers or struggles that you're saying? Because if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying that option 1 is probably better to adopt now. So that way the RAC can keep making their changes and amendments, and we would have permanent rules on. So can you explain how that would be more cumbersome and to do the extension to December if we decided to extend rather than extend the rules that's sort of been made?
So this is Sammy. Probably the biggest issue is when you do a temporary rule, you put yourself in a box. So you will have to have something in place on December 4th. So, and you have to back everything out. I mean, we can't do anything at least 49 days before they become permanent because you have to notify legislators. So that just takes you back even more. And I didn't actually figure that out, but September, we would need to have it wrapped up and filed, I believe, September. So that doesn't give you that much time between now and September to have all the racks, any community engagement you want. So, I mean, if you think about it in those terms, a temporary will only get you so far. It's not gonna get you all the way.
But, and this is there, and so then to accept the rules as they're written now, like Tammy was saying, we haven't all reviewed what those look like, and so we kind of blindly be accepting them. Do you foresee that creating barriers or restraints in different areas? But so I guess kind of the only thing that I can think of that I've read in the rules earlier, and they talked about a little bit in the draft, was like the EIPA, and I'm a supervisor in education, so that's kind of where my head's at right now. And so there was the EIPA secondary only, right? And there was a discussion about removing that and saying 3.5 or 4.0 or above a primary, secondary EIPA test, or whatever was accepted. And so I don't know what the temporary rules say right now, but if that were in there and we accepted it, then it would push out those people who have the primary EIPA score. And my concern is saying, yeah, let's just go ahead and approve it without fully reading through that and that being exclusive of some people. So that's I think why some of us are concerned about adopting permanent rules right now without fully knowing how that's going to impact our people.
So that's it,
Sammy?
So it's a proposal, right? So you were putting it out to the world to say, this is what we have, tell us everything that's wrong.
Okay.
And then they can say, we need this, we need this, we want this. And so this is the opportunity. This is how you guys, people got licensed as of January 1, so hopefully somebody read it. Get a license. But yeah, so this is the opportunity to put it out to the world. Wait, I mean, some boards say throw it all in and we'll see what we get back. And that's a way to do it. I mean, for me, if we just go temporary rule, it's less work for me. So I'm fine with that. But to give the community and interpreters and, you know, the deaf community time, the best way really, and the more work way, is to do a proposed rule and go through the permanent rulemaking process now. And then you get a nice set of rules at the end that's been vetted and the best they can be. That we're not crunched in so much.
The interpreters make it pause for them.
Mish, I would like to call on Mish.
So when a hearing person is sitting and talking, it's really hard to hear. So the microphone, I just feel is too far away. So I can hear Sammy great, but if Eric or Tammy, when they're sitting in the chair talking, it's very difficult to hear.
Jackson's okay, so you get a sign. So you go. So everyone else will have to sign for themselves.
I mean, it's up to you guys, but I just wanted to give you that information. This is Mitch.
Jack, thank you, Mish. Jack, okay, Sammy.
So this is Sammy. One other kind of example is, so again, so this would be a proposal, that's why it's a proposed rule. So if you say you left in all the language that's currently under provisional for the EIPA, whatever it is, and you leave it in. And people comment and say, we don't like it, take it out, it doesn't do anything, which is probably not right. Then you get that feedback and you know. However, let's say you remove something, let's say you remove that interview process and people are like, that's the only way I have to come in. So you may get that feedback. And so you'd be like, because we've had that where in other programs like aesthetics, we were gonna prohibit something and then everyone's like, no, we need to have that. We do that all the time. So that was feedback we received and the board were like, okay, we're gonna leave it in. And because they showed us why, that they had training, they were doing it, so all of these things. So it's really the opportunity for people to make comment and so that you get a well-rounded set of rules.
This is Jack, go ahead, Mish.
So this is Mish. So I want to make sure that I'm understanding clearly. So if we have the proposed rules now, that would allow us more time for community feedback. Is that accurate?
Sammy?
Essentially, yes. So you would start that process now, and then by June 8th, you'd have a permanent rule. So that gives you time to breathe. And if you need to have 5 community engagements or 10 racks, or maybe you need to have racks with different types of experts in them. So you have to, all kinds of things could happen. So you could take a year to wait and get really good rules. I mean, it just gives you the opportunity to take as much, the midwives have literally taken 3 years to write rules, and I am not. So it's possible, and it gives you that time.
This is Jack. Heather.
This is Heather. And Mish, that's because you're running the dual processes. It's because what you would be doing is that for June 8th, you would be having rules set in place that are permanent and that are based on the proposed rules, which are like the HO rules currently. So it's like a placeholder. You're adopting those for June 8th, not today. You're just starting that process. So you'd be saying, okay, if we decide today that we want to run that dual process, you would be then taking that draft of those HLO rules with any little tiny tinkerings, putting that draft out to the public, getting their feedback. Then at your next meeting, you adopt them as permanent, but it's basically extending what's already in place through the permanent rule process. And then you have that second track going through the rack so that you can then see what those rules are going to be vetted and looked at, and then you amend or are changing that in the future, but you're not boxed in by that June 8th timeline because it's a dual track, because you're already going to put something in place on June 8th. Whereas the second option, you're not extending for June 8th, what HLO already has in place for licensing. You're just running one track of getting what the rack is going to give you within a shortened amount of time, because you can only hold so many meetings to get rules ready for June 8th. And then at your next meeting would be looking at that rack rule, and that's what you would have to vote on to have something in place for June. Does that make sense as to why?
It's not very easy to understand.
It's hard to understand, and
We understand.
This is Jack, let's do Mish first.
So my preference would be to allow for more time for the community. Their feedback, I feel like, is a really high priority for us. So, and their priority, getting their feedback is a priority.
Thank you, Mish. Tammy?
This is Tammy. So I always feel like I have to sit and then I have to think before I actually go ahead and say something. I thought I was ready when I was sitting there and then I get here and it's like, hold on. So. Can we adopt today a temporary rule that HLO, the ones that HLO has already set up for us to follow? But I think like Sammy was mentioned, there's a few things that we could tinker with for clarification. And then have that set up for June 8th. And then, like the comments were saying, we could still continue this conversation with the RAC meetings and different groups, different stakeholders that come in that we could bring into the RAC. When you say adopt, accept whatever wording we're using, when we say the HLO rules, hold on, let me think. We're not talking about what the RAC recently did, their proposals. We're not speaking of that. That is a different thing. We are talking about adapting the HLO rules that they had already, the temporary rules that they had already set up and that we're currently following. Is that correct?
Yes.
So we could accept those rules and change a few things, makes things a little more clear. For example, the education K through 12 or be inclusive of college and university, post-secondary things. So that kind of clarification could happen today. Is that correct? And then later, hopefully not 3 years like the midwives, please, but we can make some changes to the rules and at the same time figure out how to get new information to the community about the new rules. And also include if you have something in place. So if you accepted a job prior to the rules being established and they have changed, that would be able to continue to do that job. So we don't have to leave consumers without an interpreter.
That's Annie.
So yeah, this is Sammy. So yes, you could approve the proposed rules today, the HLO ones with tweaks that you talked about. Most things I vetted with Heather. However, there's other ones that are outside of what we talked about and we may have to consult, if it's legally sufficient. But we would do that before we file on April 1st. Yes, all those things are possible to do. As long as Heather said some of those changes. Well, I'm not exactly clear on like the post-secondary education, those things. You guys haven't said yet, so I don't know.
Because, to be honest, I mean, what do we do? It's not, black and white. It's not black and white. There's so many different things, so many things are like, well, it depends, right? That's our career. That's an interpreting inside community joke. It depends. Well, I don't know what we do in this situation. It depends. So there's so many situations that we're involved in, and there's no way to quickly define everything. So to have this short timeline, I just feel like it just makes it impossible. It's not. So licensure is supposed to protect our community. And if we are hurrying the process, it's not protecting our community. So I'm asking the board now, is it best to accept what we already have and then take our time at a slower pace, figure out, get those discussions happening with the community? Does that seem, is that the best approach?
Jack, any additions? So do we need to make a proposal to make a choice, or can we hold off on this, discuss it, and then decide what we want to go with? I'm gonna come up and sit in the game area. Okay, so I don't think about what I'm gonna say. So the board, what would you like to do? So I want to ask Sandy and Heather, HLO, did we go ahead and make a proposal to decide what options that we're gonna go with? Did we put that on hold and start our discussion? Or want we can discuss this today and then decide where to go from there based on what we've discussed? Because sometimes it's good to have a discussion about something and then go with our gut feeling and decide whatever is best for us. Sammy?
Yes, this is Sammy. I would say, let's walk through what we have. So let's walk through them, figure out what you like, don't like, and then go from there.
Thank you, Eric.
Eric, you said second, okay, so go ahead and start a discussion. So with the rest of the agenda, go ahead with the rest of the agenda. Is that accurate?
This is Audrey. I'm gonna take a bio break.
Do we want to take a 5-minute break or 10-minute break? So anybody else needs to do a bio break and then we can fix the background.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Let's take a break. This is Jack. We'll come back in about 10 minutes. Let's come back at 11:25. So, yeah. That's great. Okay. Great.
Stop camera or recording.
Did you not order it?
Just the timeline, we're gonna hold that discussion, so. So now we're talking about the board at 674. 750 to 676.
This is the captioner. We have no sound.
No, can't hear anything.
Something, 1, 2, 3.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Mish gave the thumbs up.
Ready? Okay, so these are the rules with the yellow here. This is what we'll be reviewing. The language, and this is where you guys can make changes, take things out. Of course, we want to try to stay somewhat similar what they are. This is the law, so we may reference this document to see the parameters, what rules you can write. So this would say a medical supervisor or generalist has to be a medical or legal in order to provide those two services. That's what this says, and like the renewal requirements. So we'll reference that. And then this document is a cheat sheet. Hopefully it's helpful. That first list out the settings by which each license type can work. And the next one is your authorities. So anywhere there's red on this page, the board needs to make decisions. So the first one is complying, what's complying with the.
And mention raising your hand. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, Mich might not have this.
Exactly. This is Mish, yep.
Can we email it to her? Yeah, she doesn't have that.
Do you have it to?
I have, this is Mish, I have that, but I don't have it with me. The red one, the red markings I don't have.
I'm just saying.
Then we just sent it.
No, this is Mish. Mm-mm.
Well, I mean, it takes a sec.
Mish is saying, one moment.
Okay, so this, the red tells us what the board needs to do. Now, we've given you some, text already that fills in these gaps.
Hold on, just one moment.
Okay.
That's. Can you repeat what they said? Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. And then next page is renewals. So it tells us the limitations of renewals and when there's not a limitation. And then the next one is each field of practice and what the rules have for, when I say field of practice, I mean each license type. And then the credentials that the rules currently say. That's the key. So we want to just start on page 1 with the definitions, which usually come last. Because the rule of thumb is when you really only define something when you use it frequently in the rules. So that usually is like, oh, we've used that 82 times, we should probably define it. You want me just to walk through it or? We will roll or 3.
Jack, anything from anybody else? Do you want to proceed? Want to have a discussion of this?
This is the captioner. If Jack can please speak up, it would be,
Or
Or do we want Sammy to read all of the definitions?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I can just kind of do it in a lump. Like, I wouldn't start with definition. We can kind of refer back to that. But we would just start on page 2.
Jack said, that's great.
So it's an election, kind of how to operate a board meeting. Election of chair, how the chair, if the chair can't attend, how the board would determine who's next. And then what the duties of the officers are. So these are things that are in your law that have to be written in your rule.
Okay.
Everyone's okay with that one? Those 3. Page 3 is the emergency care and exceptions. So this is pretty much right out of what the 1, 2 and 2 are like copy and paste it from the law, what's an exemption. And then 3 and 4 are nothing in these rules are meant to conflict with or supersede federal law. And then number 4 is sign language interpreter services may be provided by a person who's a qualified interpreter, basically the court interpreter exemption. So actually that's me. So this may be something that you add on to as we work through them, but at this point, there aren't any that HLO put down. So page 4
Yeah, okay.
is the supervisory license. Something just food for thought. There, the RAC.
Just some clarification. Can we go back before we jump ahead? If I have a question about a specific word, can we clarify that now, or do we do the clarification at the end?
Yeah.
Now, okay, so the sentence or something, sorry, find that line. I'm just gonna grab my paper. It's line 18. Page 2. Page 2, line 18 is what we're referring to. My question is the word must be present, must preside at all meetings. Preside, okay. So do you expect the chair or the vice chair? Sorry, I messed up my English. I'm gonna back up, Colleen said. So I just want to make sure the voice is, so my question is, so do we have to preside on site for meetings, or can we run the meeting from a virtual Zoom perspective?
That's Sammy.
This, Sammy, yes, Zoom is fine, and if say Jack. Pulling the vice chair.
Yes, yes.
Can't, then lines 9 through 13 are how the board would vote to make Eric the chair for that.
And Colleen has a question, possible question about that. This is Colleen. So I envisioned if Jack wasn't able to be in person, but he could join through Zoom, could he still preside over the meeting from Zoom? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Colleen says, no problem. Jack said, okay.
Here, you see?
Any questions on page 3? 4 of us.
Hello, Eric here. Online, oh, thanks, I'll get over closer. Online 10, number 2, page 2, it talks about emergency something, situational and exceptions. I know sometimes with medical situations, what happens is sometimes a deaf person is experiencing an emergency and maybe their son or daughter or their coda is there. But the coda is not going to be someone who is licensed possibly. And I feel like that is maybe a different discussion that's involved with the CCO. So the CCO, their policy, it says if someone has a preference for an interpreter, they can get them pulled in for that specific situation. Will that still be permitted under this, or is that going to be something that is not allowed and they're going to be required to have a medical license? Because this says, let me see where it was. So I'm going to read line 10. It says, nothing in these rules is meant to delay assistance or care in emergency situations involving imminent or immediate harm. So, and the last part, during which a licensee is not available. So does that whole part, if someone needs to pull in a person that has just sign experience and interpret until they're able to get a medical licensed interpreter, is that still going to be permitted? I would like some clarification upon if we're just going to let someone who signs be there intermittently until a licensed medical interpreter can get there on site or through VRI. I'm guessing, just as the interpreter, think about that.
So this is Sammy. I think it would depend on what is imminent and immediate. So I feel like there's already a definition of that somewhere in the land of laws, but I don't know for sure. So I think that's a question.
So I just want to make sure that if that language is included, like emergency, or like the person is like the deaf person, whatever we want to call them, the client accepts the interpreter that is there. Like if it's just for a temporary time, is that going to be permitted or is that going to be against the law? So that's a discussion that I know has happened before with the CCO. In Southern Oregon, the CCO approved that if that would be permitted to use that person just temporarily because it's the deaf person's preference. So I just wanted to make sure that if we in Southern Oregon are, operating on that understanding that has already been set and it ends up being illegal, I would just like that to make sure that that is clarified now.
Switch. Pause for a moment. Jack, I would like to add a comment to Eric's comments. Hi, this is Jack. Eric, you forgot to introduce yourself. Anyway, my name is Jack. This is Jack. I don't mean to start a new slide, but it is related, so I wanted to ask, or maybe I should check in with the board as well. I'm thinking about possibly adding a specialty license for what do we do for intermediary license that will permit in very special situations such as emergencies, or again, I think about, the ABA already provides, but we need to ask what the deaf constituents, what their preferences are. Because maybe somebody requests, maybe a deaf client asks for a particular interpreter. I don't care what the law says. So could we have a specialty license for a specific situation where deaf consumer can say, I really want this interpreter for this situation. And they would have a license only for that particular, or something to that effect. Or maybe if there is a deaf person that uses a sign from another country, sign system from another country. And maybe this, like, let's use Russian as an example, that perhaps there's a person that knows Russian sign language. And maybe they can interpret for just that consumer because using that intermediary license. Thank you.
I'm gonna turn it over to Eric. This is Eric. So yes, I do like that idea for a specialty license, but I think with all of our discussions, we have the exemptions. The exemptions are not going to require all of that stuff that's involved. The language is not included because that situation's been exempted and they don't need a license. So instead of coming up with all these other things for the licensures, if we could just put it in writing that it's exempt for emergency situations.
Or for citizens, I prefer to use here.
Also, I want to avoid making loopholes. So somebody's like, oh yeah, well, they prefer me, so, oh, well.
Yes.
But at the same time, we want to honor the person's preference and make sure that there's no barriers and blocking people from having access in the moment of need. And so those are my thoughts.
Jack, I agree.
Thank you.
We're on the same page. Are there any comments? Does anybody want to add anything additional? I guess we can move on from this topic, right, Sandy? I'm gonna follow your lead. Well, what is next?
Are you asking me to write a rule for,
Or,
I'm not sure what? Exactly.
oh, no,
Or,
no.
okay,
I mean, I guess you could write it down, but also in terms of this discussion, have we exhausted this topic? We're ready to move on to the next?
yes, I'm ready to move.
Yeah.
So now we're on page 4, the supervisory license. So line 4 through 19.
Actually, hold on just one moment, Jackie's saying, any other comments?
This is Tammy. So I think for today's discussion, and we're trying to get this, as quick as possible, get the HLO rules in set and what we can accept and make some little bit of modification. I think that that's been a great discussion that we need to have. We need to talk about DIs as well. So Jack had mentioned and what he had been talking about the DI. I agree that there needs to be a special license for DIs. But that could be a bigger discussion that we have after June 8th. Is that right? Because that we want to make sure is correct. We do not want to rush that discussion. Sammy, you have hand raised.
Acronyms. I don't know what DI means.
Oh, deaf
Oh.
interpreters.
That's what I thought.
So is my understanding correct then? And what we just mentioned, we want to try to find something, we need to change something now from the HOL's temporary rulings. And we can discuss this later. We'll put that on hold to put a pin in it. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, thank you.
I just want to make sure that I
Yeah,
understand.
we will table that discussion. And move on to the other item. Thank you very much, Sandy. Now, page 4, Sandy.
Yes, so page 4 is the supervisory license. So the first part, line 4 through 19, just kind of gives you a layout of who that person is, and what they can do. So they can provide sign language services. They can provide them in an education setting out an additional license. But they cannot in a medical or legal unless they have that license. It's good for 1 year and becomes inactive last day of the month, when you're communicating the best.
Can you read that last part again? Sorry, when you're reading, your voice just trailed right off. And I can't hear you too much. So sorry, Tammy.
So the supervisor license is good for 1 year and it becomes inactive 1 year from the date. 1 year from the date of issuance. So in other licenses, you only get 5 renewals. This one is ongoing renewals. So that's kind of standard language. In this, there was a lot of questions in the RAC supervisory license being a super versus being a supervisor. So having a supervisory license does not mean you have to supervise. It is an option, but you don't have to. So online 12, is that right?
Nish, is that Nish?
So I'm gonna disagree with that. The supervisory license, what's happening in the other states, they have the provisional license, but they don't require the supervisory. So the whole state, that's not enough to have the provisionals. So the provisional would just be growing and improving. So the whole reason we were gonna add the supervisory license is to force observations, the supervisory role. And so the goal for that license is if you want to renew your license, you have to do supervisory hours. The states that do not require the supervisory hours would not work for the provisional interpreters.
Tammy, and then it will be my turn.
This is Tammy. So I understand the reason. However, not all interpreters have the skill set to do the supervisory role, or they're not qualified to do mentoring. So that's one thing. The other thing is, I forgot. Something about this chair makes me forget what I'm saying. No. Oh, okay, so for supervisory hours, for example, the people who have provisionals, they would have to write down names of specific interpreters as their supervisor. So this provisional person has to ask, hey, would you mind, and talk to the supervisory interpreter, how would they know? So there should be a process that is established, because if the provisional person puts down a name and I'm the supervisor, but I don't know what's going on, and they put down my name, then what happens to me? And then if we have to satisfy that, the third thing is the community hours. What does that look like? How do we document, or who do we report to regarding that? And how does that look? Because for myself, I don't have the bandwidth to supervise anyone right now, because I'm here. I have a lot of other obligations. I know that's my fault. I know that. I need to learn to say no, thank you. However, who decides how many hours, and how do we satisfy that? Is it in person? Does it actually have to be, supervising in the same room with the provisional person? How do we promote that? So there's a lot of things that we do need to discuss. Again, that could be for later, but what does it look like? The whole process.
This is Jack Mitch, go ahead.
Mrs. Smith, hi, so that paperwork, page 43, I believe it's page 43.
Yeah, she's probably on the PDF, which we're not.
Yeah, I'm using the PDF, yes, sorry about that. So I don't have an answer for everything. But the legislator and committees have collected ideas, and I want to clarify the ideas are not from legislation in the committee. It's not from the audience. So they've been documenting that information. I don't want to say the ORID supports or anyone supports it. Just the community is getting feedback and documenting the feedback. Some of the ideas or the intent for supervisory is very broad. So it could mean mentorship, it could mean provisional license, you know, they could observe me or provisional license. Oh, no, sorry. I have the list. The list is in your documents. So mentoring, just being a support, it just says support in general. Observations, teaching, doing workshops, trainings, hosting a community event that supports the provisional licensing, volunteering for an organization that will promote interpreters. So my recommendation would be, it's required for the supervisory, but what it means should be very broad. And then also if the people transfer outside of our country or they have a full-time job, they're not able to do supervisory stuff, so we can add an exemption for that. So it would still be required, but it would be very broad so that it would be easier to meet the requirements.
Jack, this is Jack, thank you, Mitch. This is Jack, any other additional comments, Sammy?
So I want to make sure that I'm clear. So when I said they may supervise, am I understanding right that that should be must supervise provisionals, like they must have someone under them, under their wing all the time? Help me with. I just want to make sure that may is accurate. Because may and must are very specific. I'm not sure I understand. I understand what the supervisor provisional relationship would look like broad. Mentoring, workshop, observe, all those things. But would we forcing the supervisor to supervise? Supervisory license. That's it.
This is Mitch from the research from other states. How it's said in the law is, yes, the supervisory license, they have to, the word supervise, they have to meet their supervisory hours. So that means the time with the provisional interpreter.
So it doesn't mean that they have to be with a person with a supervisory license all the time, but they keep going.
It's like Tammy was asking about how many hours, that's up in the air. So it could be 10 hours for every year, right? So it could be something very easy to establish. Again, we just need to get some more community feedback
we do not have enough feedback from the community to start making those decisions. So if it's more broad, it's easier to meet what's needed, and then to also set the amount of hours that's easier to meet. Get the community feedback that supports the provisional license. And then that feedback could affect our future decisions.
This is John.
I think that's how we should set up the rule. It'll be easier to follow.
Real quick, when you say get the hours, do you mean every year a supervisor has to have a certain amount of hours of supervising and provisional? Is that what you mean? Or do you mean something different? As a requirement to renew, they have to have a certain amount of time each year that they've supervised.
Mrs. Mish, I believe the other states are doing that, yes. And from what I remember, again, this is research from like 5 years ago. If I remember, the state usually uses the honor system. And I didn't see any state actually documenting names of who they were looking over, the hours. I didn't see any state actually documenting and tracking all of that. But I think that the supervisory license, people basically have to say, yeah, I've met my hours and sign something and submit that. I didn't see anything complex where they needed to keep track of all of that stuff. Just that the hours are required.
Audrey, this is Jack. And the pause, please, the interpreters are going to speak.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Audrey.
Hi, this is Audrey. I want to keep that statement and the feedback. I'm sure with the idea of forcing people to do hours to get the supervisory license. I think, keeping it with may is better than must. But I think we need to open that up to the community as well.
This is Jack, thank you, Audrey. And Eric's asking, is that a motion? We need to make a motion at this point?
Sorry, the sign is the same for motion and suggestions. That's must clarify.
And Jack is saying it's already written as it's written. We're keeping it, so we don't need to make it.
This is Eric saying, no, I was just clarifying the sign. And Audrey saying, I'm just suggesting that we don't change anything.
Oh, suggestion.
It was not an official motion, sorry.
Is there anything else the members of the board would like to add before we make a motion? Annie?
The whole thing right now, we're just having a discussion,
Oh, we're
correct?
just having a discussion.
We haven't done the
All
motion
at
yet.
once then.
Hold on, one moment. The interpreting process.
Hold on, there's some side conversations happening that I missed.
Thank you for that clarification.
Side conversation, Eric and Tammy were joking about the different sign choices.
Colleen and then Mitch. Colleen, go ahead. Oh, Mitch, okay, Mitch, go ahead.
So in regards to the word may, we can't change that word. It's already written into the law. So may is fine.
Sure. Yes, okay. Colleen?
New topic. This is Colleen. On page 5. I don't know if everybody has that. So page 5, line 20. I have a strong opinion about that. Line 20. I know it says old, but so line 20, it says only credential, only RID credentials. Skill.
Wait a minute. We on 520, where are we at? Page 5.
Page,
Page 5. And under 11, where it says submit proof of holding a credential from one of the following, line 20.
Oh,
Or
okay,
reverse skills certificate.
got it.
my understanding is that it's not based on any performance or evaluation, it's just given out.
By a deaf person, Jackson.
True, it's just given out, so a deaf person. I mean, in the past, the history of this is they would give that to signers without any sort of evaluation or performance test or anything. So I don't think this is an equivalent for quality. So I don't know that that is.
I don't think this is adequate as a standalone qualification. Mrs. Jack, I have something to add.
Thank you, Colleen. And again, the history of that is the certification that the reverse thing, that's a really old thing for CDIs, for deaf interpreters. So that was an old provisional like license that we don't even use anymore, but it's still, the remnants are still there. And it's currently CDI. And now it's
It's called an RSC, reverse skills credential certificate, and now it's called CDI. And this is Colleen, it's just given, it was just given out. to you. Mr. Jack, yes, ma'am.
So is there any impact if we just strike that and take it out?
I agree, we should just strike it. Eric?
never mind, good.
Are there any who oppose, any objections to striking that in the language? Seeing none, all right, let's proceed. So we're on page 5. Let's continue from there.
So are there any, so two things. Qualifying experience. Do you want to just leave that vague and it be? It could, what it is now is basically, you've had one of these credentials for 3 years. Is that good for now? And then define it further during the RAC?
Where does it say qualifying?
Oh, I'm sorry. Line 9, thank you.
Line 9, what page? Jack, is that
5.
right? This is Jack. Jack, I have a comment. So I just want to say, They must submit proof of at least one of these. Starting on line 11 and going down the line. Credentials 12 through 10 on the next and follow the page. 1 through 25, and we continue on the next page. I have reservations about the EIPA being one of those eligible credentials. I have serious reservations. I just want to state that for the record. It is recognized and proved that the EIPA 4.0 is the equivalent of these current national certification. So it is recognized. However, the EIPA doesn't assess the new ethics, and there's a lot more to it. And I can let Mich clarify on that. The differences between what is assessed in RU certification and EIPA certification. I feel it is not, the law itself does say that they have to follow CPCs, so that's taken care of as a blanket statement. But I think it's important. I feel that those who pass the IPA, they don't necessarily have a emphasis on the person, but I want to say that concern for the record. Yes, Pauline.
Sorry, I'm eating. Colleen, that's a really good point. So the 4.0, the EIPA, I mean, can we consider limiting it to only an educational license? I mean, not applying it to the other licensing for qualifications?
And Jack says, I would accept that.
I mean, just considering that it's under more of a general license, I mean, I could see there's being some resistance to that not being totally appropriate, but maybe for an educational situation where an interpreter is motivated to do that, then they could move on to the other ones to get qualified, but at least they would have something.
Yeah. Go ahead, Eric. And then I have a comment to follow up.
Eric here. I believe that the provisional license you can't use in education.
And hold on just one moment. Jack did not see that last comment. He was giving notes.
So I was just saying again, Colleen was just saying that like the supervisory would be for maybe educational environments, whereas provisional would be more of a license, but you can't do that in education. In provisional license, you can't work in education. So you can't have people who are supervising.
This is Jack Colleen. Nothing to add?
No, hold on. Like, I want to add a little bit more before we switch up. If we keep the EIPA 4.0 and we add, some that you have to adhere to the EIP to their, but there's the code of ethics. AIE, the Society of, I missed that.
NAIE, the National Association of Interpreters in Education.
They have their own code of ethics and their own voice test. So they have their own credentials and their own code of ethics and their own monitoring. So the organization now is like leading the way in education. And they are already saying that you can't have the 4.0. So all my interviews like K-12 stuff. So the educational license, you can't have something with a 4.0 and a supervisor. So things seem to be conflicting. So that's why I'm a little hesitant to keep the 4.0. Because they can do provisional stuff in education. Because the license now doesn't allow for the provisional interpreter to be in an education setting. So what's the point of having this supervisory license?
Jack is shaking his head.
And
how will we grow the educational interpreters if we don't even allow the provisional license?
Tammy, did you, I'm sorry, Eric, did I interrupt you? Do you have more you want to say? I want to make
No,
sure
no, no.
comments finished.
No, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Tammy?
Tammy here. I took the EIPA test. I think that written test, I think it did have ethics included. And I looked at the website and professionalism. It included ethics. I think I had to check that again. Like all the educational licenses. There's a lot of discussion around all of that. Like we need to figure out like, yes, it should there be a provisional license there? How are we gonna do this in general? How do we grow those interpreters in that field? You know, if they can't do medical, they can't do legal, then they just do educational. Like, where are these interpreters? So where are the provisional stuff? So we need to check into that. So the EIPA, the performance test, is really focused on education. So I agree with your comments. So we need to maybe use that for like supervisory or generalist and not so much the legal or somebody in the educational field. The test is in the classroom. So they're interpreting in classrooms. So when the instructor's teaching, we're talking more of a general interpreting situation for classroom interpreters. So using the EIPA for all interpreters seeing situations seems a little tricky for me. I don't know. I kind of disagree with that. So I guess my comment is to. So the comment. Oh, and I'll get off my soapbox. Education needs to, here, hold on, let me back up. Education interpreters need to have a specialty similar to medical and legal. I really think that we need to have an RID certification first and then a requirement, and then. So interpreters who are working in the educational setting are also qualified. So educational interpreting field is almost a training ground for interpreters. So the new interpreters, the first thing they do is they go into the classroom. So they're awkward, the children don't have good language model, they already have language deprivation, and then you put a brand new interpreter in there who's maybe not so qualified or skilled, and then that's where they're learning. And then they leave. And the kids are left there. So I think, honestly, we need something,
This is a bigger discussion that needs to happen in Oregon to have an additional endorsement. Similar.
to the medical and legal interpreting. requirements. So I'm gonna get myself on.
Are there any additional comments from the board? All right, we're gonna take this opportunity to rotate our interpreters. And then Mitch, hold on, just a moment, Mitch. Yeah, we're gonna rotate interpreters and then Mitch, you'll be on. Ready?
We're ready.
Okay, Mitch, on to you. This is Jack.
So as I'm watching your comments, it seems that there are two different discussions happening. First, I want to make sure that all of the interpreters are, that they actually have the ethical training. And secondly, that the EIPA that tests interpreters' skills, that is a separate discussion. going back to the first, the ethical discussion, this could apply to any of the certifications. When I look at the qualifications, I don't know if we're talking about NAD, for example. This is the interpreter speaking. Mish, if you could say that again. Yes, the NAD certification. That does include ethical training, does it? The BEI. Does that also include an ethical interview portion? I'm not sure. So if we have this discussion, we need to be sure that all of the interpreters have ethical training. We need to also investigate the certifications to not just the EIPA. That all credentials include that component.
This is Jack, Eric.
Well, okay, Eric.
This is
This
Pauline.
is just another short comment, Mish speaking. Page 5, line number 7. The person that submit proof of being in compliance with the code of professional conduct. It's already there,
This is, where are we?
the
Page
person who has
5.
been licensed. Yes, page 5, line 7. For Al. So it's probably best to have a discussion to say that how are we going to prove following the code of professional conduct?
This is Jack, Eric.
Eric, thank you, Mish. Wait, let me back up. First, this is Eric speaking. Thank you, Mish, for pointing out this line, because I'm thinking if we're requiring supervision, then shouldn't we say that, that they are complying with the code of professional conduct? And it seems it's already there. It's already a requirement, so that's good for me. Thank you.
This is Jack, agree. So should we, this is Jack, do we want to continue this discussion, or do we want to move on to something else? Anybody else want us to give anything? Yeah, okay, we'll go ahead. So still on the. So this is Jack. So I want to continue that discussion about the supervisory requirements. So I think the list is good, except for, I just want to question the board, do we need to add a line that the HLO will, accept a state rating that is equivalent to our requirements? Because there are some states that do provide screening and licensure, like their own state screening. So they already have a license from another state. And should we kind of accept that as someone that is certified because they had already gone through credentials? Are we gonna say that that's equivalent? Another state screening is equivalent to what we have in our list of credentials? Do we need to have that discussion? Do we need to add something about that? In other state requirements, that they accept a state screening that is equivalent to ours, that it's kind of a reciprocity situation. Sam,
That answers my question.
is Jack okay?
I think it would be a different pathway. We could do that now, or we could wait. And do it.
Jack.
Through the rec.
Okay, just Jack, I had a second
Never mind, let's go ahead with this. This is Jack Eric.
Oh, this is Eric speaking. Reciprocity, meaning that we would accept another state's licensing as equivalent to our requirements. It's an interesting idea, but we also could discuss that a little bit later in the process.
Oh, Jack, yeah, later.
Yeah, we don't need to speak in depth about which states we accept and such.
There's lots of
I do like the idea.
Yeah, that reminded me. Thank you, Eric. That reminded me.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, yeah, that was something that I wanted to comment about. So that line, that I think it's number 7 possibly, it says must provide proof, or it's 11. Is it line 11 or?
Line 7, Eric is saying.
Okay, so must submit proof of holding a license in another state. So in good standing, that word in good standing. So that word, I feel like is super important. Because like last week, I had a client, it was a state committee for deaf and hard of hearing. I'm not gonna think of it, it was in it for a different state. And there was one interpreter who was already certified, but understand that they had their license revoked until it was expired. And they still had the license, because the states aren't communicating, or the start licensing are not communicating with RAD. They don't communicate with the state. So that communication is missing. So I feel like we need to add that word in good standing, meaning HLO would have to have a relationship, some kind of communication to let people know, like, as their certification expired, to make sure that there is interpreters not out there out their license or certification. So I think it was like on January 8th, it was expired, and then it was like on the 8th, they were actually interpreting, so that just happened in January, so that happened, like, we need to add that word in good standing, just moving forward into the future to make sure we're protecting people.
Tammy, this is Jack.
This is Tammy.
This is Tammy. So this could be part of the process for licensing, maybe something where the HLO would investigate before
Jack, yeah.
licensing them.
I have a comment. So yes, that's right, what you said, yes, there's already this proof, but there's nobody monitoring. So if there's a license that's good for 1 year, but the certification has a different cycle. So, the license is good for 1 year, but let's say in the middle of that year, their certification is lapsed or expired, and then they're still going for the rest of that year with their license that's still good. So there needs to be something watching for expired and revoked certification and licensure at the same time. There needs to be some sort of relationship happening with those two. Because her license was not expired, but their certification was expired. So again, just to clarify, if we have a situation where we have an interpreter that has a license that's good, but during their licensing 1 year time period, their credential or their certification lapsed or is revoked, we need some sort of monitoring for that to make sure that the certified interpreter that has their certification lapsed does not continue to work under a not expired license.
There are multiple people applauding the interpreter.
So this is Sammy. So would the expectation be if somebody was already certified, that they would always keep that certification active? Because that's not
Yes.
what it says.
And this is like have to, must,
And then
what be required.
This is
and
Eric.
what
This is Jack
if
and Eric.
they didn't come through the RID, through RID? Maybe they came through the TBEI or the EIPA. Or the other state doesn't
Jack, this is what I
require the RID.
Yes, I can, yeah, I can clarify. So, all right, I'm just using that as an example because that's our primary mode of certification, but that would apply to all certificates, certification, certified. It would have to be whatever credentials have you in good standing through your whole licensing path. This is Jack. Go ahead, Eric. Eric, yep, go ahead, Eric.
Hello again, this is Eric. And that was something that I heard during the RAC meeting. That something had come up about national certification, thinking, oh, we don't need to maintain that, but that's not true for interpreters. The RID certification and the NIC certification is something that must be maintained in order to maintain that certification, then you have to get CEUs or professional development hours to maintain that. And when your license or your certification lapses, you can't interpret any longer, period. So now with the state license, it might be a little vague. I mean, maybe they say, oh, you don't need to be a national member. But if I have the state license, that'll be good enough. I won't need the RID or national certification, but in order for licensure to continue, you have to be RID certified, period. So that means,
Or something.
or the BEI, or the TEI, or the EIPA, some other kind of certification needs to be maintained in order to keep your state license. You can't be an RID certified interpreter and decide, nope, I'm not going to be a member any longer. You have to maintain your national certification in order to keep your state license. That is specific to RID.
Good, Eric. This is Jack. You guys good? Interpreters are done. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Audrey first, and then Sammy. Is that okay with you, Sammy? Okay, Audrey.
I'm going to speak in English. I hope that's all right.
So I think the issue is we have a list of credentials. Some of them are certifications that have a maintenance system enacted within them. Some are just a language assessment or an EIPA, which is just a one-time test. You get a score, you're done, nobody looks at it again. So the issue is we have a mix of these different kind of credentials and systems and assessments. And so if this example of certification lapsing is very specific to RID's credential and certification system. And maybe that's a reason why the EIPA should not be included on this. I'm not as familiar with the BEI and their requirements, I do believe. I need to double check, fact check about their requirements for maintaining BEI and what that looks like. Another thing I wanted to say was, if we say it has to be in good standing, then that interpreter, if the license, if our license says it requires one of these credentials in good standing, then the interpreter themselves should be held accountable if they continue to interpret with the license without an active credential. So if their RID certification gets revoked during that year window, the license, I will understand the license as written since it has to be active, but when they continue to interpret without an active credential through RID, then they are in violation of the licensure rules at that point. So I'm not sure we need to like overlay an additional system where we're communicating with RID about whose certification gets lapsed or gets revoked. If there is written in the rules that if you lose the certification at any time, you're no longer in good standing with your license.
There's lots of head nods in the room. Molly is giving a thumbs up. This is Jack giving a thumbs up.
Tammy Adams is giving a thumbs up. And so is Aaron.
And this is Jack. Sammy.
Yeah, so you can't just say you're not in good standing, you don't get a license anymore, and they have to be processed, and all these things have to take place. So I'm not exactly sure how that would work. I mean, they could definitely, you could say, upon renewal, you must be in good standing. We would want proof of that or attestation to that or whatever, but just to yank the license because you're not in good standing, I don't know that we can. That's the illegal question. But in good standing, I can add that. Yes.
So in good standing is in there. Who is this? This is Audrey. If good standing is written in there, that doesn't mean that they need to be in good standing at all time they hold this license.
Correct, that's this, Sammy, this is just for the application process, to get the license, to obtain.
Lots of head nods going on at the table in different directions.
This might be.
Yeah, Holly.
I don't know if this makes sense to you, but the metaphor, thinking about life, like if we stop paying our car insurance, does that mean they revoke our license? We need both to be able to follow the law.
Jack, so is that a good metaphor?
Is that a good metaphor?
Sam?
Well.
Does that help
these laws are
clarify?
different than
Is that a
signing.
good, but is that a
What
good
did you
metaphor, Sammy?
In theory, yeah.
Well, what if if we think about that concept, that theory, how it relates to licensure? If somebody loses if their national certification gets revoked, then shouldn't their license be revoked? Anyone? I mean, does that seem clear enough?
This is Al,
You
I
understand
what you're saying.
Where what I'm saying?
Is there another way to say it?
And you gotta give the due process, this I know for sure. Other than that. They just sort of take away your license, or you don't have insurance. Just have it.
Hold on just one moment for the interpreting process.
Are you meaning that some people can still drive even if they don't have insurance, but if their license gets expired, in order to renew their license, they have to prove they have insurance, right? I can't see.
Yeah,
clearly.
and their license is good for another, what, 10 years?
It should be revoked as well. Thank you for the interpreter clarifying, making sure that everybody was on the same page with how everything was signed and interpreted.
Sammy, this is Audrey. I'm going to sign my response. Sammy? Well, think about the certification itself as due process. Isn't that for RID?
Process was embedded into RAD. So RID itself, they have a process already. Like there is a due process, there is opportunity. If there is a complaint against that interpreter to revoke their license, there is a process within RID certification of credentials system for that interpreter to then their perspective, their testimony, and that's completed for revoke of certification, not for a lapse, like they don't pay their dues, they don't need to pay their CEUs. But those are, yeah, but for the revoke process through RID, that there is a due process that is not within there. The interpreter was a head nodding. Jack, Heather, sorry, Mr. Hand.
Thanks, this is Heather. I think your question is whether we could substitute that RID due process for our own state due process, and we cannot. We need to afford our own due process to licensees if we're going to be taking a license away. So if there is conduct that the individual gets in trouble for with RID. And then HLO receives a complaint that says this person engaged in this conduct. And then under our state laws, we find that that conduct means that the person should be revoked. Then we need to afford our own due process. But that is separate from just not holding RID because, like you said, they didn't pay the fee or they did something else. If it's conduct, then we would look at it under our laws to see if that same conduct is something the person can be disciplined for. And we afford our own due process along with that discipline imposed in our discipline. Now, if you want, if what the discussion is that to obtain a license or on renewal, you need to have a particular credential, hold an active credential. That's a separate issue. We could look for the future, whether and how to incorporate that consideration of it being an active credential at the time they apply for licensure or renewal. Look at that. Or whether it needs to be in good standing that they apply or renew. That gets a little tricky with the good standing piece. So that would be something we want to look into for future rules. Probably not something we could say today for putting out in these proposed rules, but ideas noted, concerns noted, and hopefully I addressed how that conduct would be seen.
This is Jack. Can I also add a comment when you're done? And we need to switch interpreter this time. This is gonna be my last comment. Sure, we can switch interpreter. Okay, I know this is just brainstorming, Jack, by the way. So I would think Danny, to look at the two-way communication. So if an interpreter hears license and they have misconduct in their license, they need to let RID know somehow to communicate. The state needs to apply. RID will have to find out how to get the information from you guys or the state from RID to make sure that the license and certification is in good standing together, so that communication would need to happen. We need to discuss and decide what we need to do. Does that make sense?
I couldn't hear all of it because she's been not facing me any way, so I can't really hear everything. Sorry.
You're all good. So basically saying that when the licensure in the state, they have a misconduct, somehow we have to inform RID of that as well, and vice versa. So somehow there has to be communication happening between RID and the state. Not just RID or any other certification that they have from wherever it is that they get their certification. Somehow there has to be communication that due process to take that license away. So they need to happen on the other end. So it's a two-way application. So that was my thought. Thank you. Yeah, that would be for a future discussion, future agenda to discuss. When we get to that point, and then we can discuss that decision more in depth.
Did you catch all that, Sammy?
Yep. Thank you.
Jack, any more discussion on this? So let's proceed to the next discussion, Sammy. Do you want to take the lead on that?
Sure. Did you guys come, so I am understanding what we're doing. We're removing line 20 on page 5, which is the RID reverse skills certificate, because now it's the CDI. And Do you guys land on removing the IPA this time, or is that more discussion in the future?
Check. So do you guys want to discuss the EIPA stuff, or is what we discussed enough for now? Oh, Mish. Go ahead.
This is Mish. So our discussion about the EIPA credential, as far as the ethics piece. Do we feel the EIPA as a standalone credential is okay? Because it does, we talked about, showing that submitting proof of following the CPCs. Did we already resolve that discussion and can we move forward? And we're keeping the EIPA on the list of acceptable credentials?
Jack, Tammy, we move on.
And Eric is saying I vote to keep it.
Tammy?
Tammy says I'll leave it for now. And then we'll discuss it later.
So the next one is the generalist license. So this is the two renewals. And after 2 renewals, you can reapply, but you wouldn't qualify. That's basically the deal. So this is where, once you're a generalist for 2 renewal cycles, then you gotta either be a supervisory license holder, or you could, or you could get an education. So this is where, say that in, or you get the education, because it's actually a standalone license.
Eric, go ahead.
Hello again. So can we talk about that? The renewal for the supervisory license, generalist license for the interpreter. So there's all these limitations on how often it can be renewed. And so this structure seems that everyone will eventually have to obtain a supervisory license, is kind of how it's set up at this point. But as we were discussing earlier, not everyone is actually a supervisor. Not everyone was made to be a supervisor or a mentor, And so it seems like, I think on page 2, on the other page, page 2 of the thin packet that just has a few pages. On page 2 of that thinner packet. It shows, again, the terms and limitations for renewal. I think it's important for us that we're all aware of those limitations, because the generalist license, you can only renew it twice. But let's say someone's a full-time freelance interpreter. That's the only, credential. That's the only work they want to do going forward. And so why would that person be required then to obtain a supervisory license if they don't want to? Why can they not just keep this generalist license? Because 2 years is quite the limited time. And the 2 renewals is quite limited. And so I don't understand why we have that limitation set for renewals. For example, education, generalist. Where does it say? Provisional, okay, we won't focus on that, but those 2, so the generalist and educational interpreters, this has a limitation on renewals. However, my staff, some of them have worked for 30 years in education as an educational interpreter, and they don't want to leave that. So do they have to then become supervisors and obtain the supervisory license, even if that's not what they desire? And then same thing as freelance interpreters. Perhaps they don't want to be a supervisor, they just want to be a generalist. And so why do we even have those limitations in place in the first place? Thank you.
This is Jack. Heather, go ahead. Thanks, Jack. This is Heather. Eric, that's a great question. Because the statute says so, and we can't change that. So that's something that independently you could go to the legislature and ask for a change, but that's not something we can change in rule. We are stuck with what is on that draft. Yes.
And Eric said, thank you for clarifying. And again, this is my own interpretation of the word supervisory. So that word to me doesn't necessarily mean that they must supervise another person. So when they have the supervisory license, that means that you are capable of and allowed to interpret at certain levels and in certain settings. And again, the law says may. So I feel there's some room for interpretation there. And so I don't really want us to push all interpreters to get to that point. And so I feel like that's a really important definition to clarify, and is an important ladder that they'll have to climb if they want to. And then the interpreter wants to clarify. I think all should or should not. And the interpreter misspoke earlier. I think Jack was saying all interpreters should aspire to a supervisory license. But it will not be a requirement. It doesn't mean they have to supervise. It will just be more of a label and a status more than a requirement. Anyways, that's what I believe. And so maybe we should just define what supervisory means. Does that mean they have to fill a certain amount of hours or take specific training? And we can, request from the community request feedback form that we have, right? How many hours do we need them to prove that they have done in order to obtain this license and maintain it? Or do they just write a letter of attestation, and will that be good enough? Mish, yes? Hi, this is Myth. I can provide some background about this, about the system. So again, the state of Oregon, I think, is the 33rd state with some kind of licensure and certification system in place. And so there's been lots of other states who've set the precedent, and they've had their ups and downs and they've been figuring it out. And some states don't have a built-in ladder system, like you were just mentioning, Jack. And so what happens is the interpreter who might not be climbing that ladder, because they don't have any incentive to do so, what happens is the interpreter pool shrinks. And then newer interpreters enter the field. And those interpreters with more experience and interpreters who are just coming into the field are paid the same. They're paid at the same rate because they all of a sudden have this license, no matter if it's provisional or supervisory. And so if the state only has the one license, that means that all interpreters will be paid at the same rate, not taking into consideration their individual skills, years of experience, or qualifications. And so I've seen that in other states. So the feedback that we've gotten is that we need a built-in system for progressing in the field to support new interpreters, as well as give the respect and adequate pay to interpreters who have been in the field for so long. And so that's why newer emerging interpreters will not be able to have access to the supervisory license. And we need to have some kind of assessment to, be able to determine that. Some states have figured it out, some have not. It's not a perfect system, but I want to give you history of why there's the different levels of licensure. And this is Jack. Thank you, Mitch. Yes, Tammy? This is Tammy. I see the benefit for, the progression, the ladder system, as we call it. what do you think about educational interpreters? Again, that is my, my scope of focus here. And so most of my comments revolve around that. Will the system cause any growing pains for the educational system? Because what's happening right now is all educational interpreters get their educational license. Let's say they're all interpreting in education, and then 5 years they have to, improve their skills, pass the RID national certification with a BEI or any other credential. And when they do pass it, then they expect a pay increase. But the schools are not ready for that. We don't have the infrastructure to actually pay those professionals. No school will be able to pay a freelance rate. It's impossible. And so that means that those interpreters who have spent the last 5 years gaining that experience will leave. And so how can we support those emerging professionals? I feel like it might work for now. It's a short-term solution, but it will eventually hurt the community. And it's going to take time for the educational system to catch up to this. Their budgets, we're gonna have to add these larger line items for interpreters who now have these more advanced credentials to be able to keep our interpreter pool. And I know this is a bigger discussion. We can continue to talk about it, and it's important. I want educational interpreters to get better. I want them to be more skilled, but we also need to talk to the school districts and kind of give them a heads up. If you want your interpreters,
If you don't have an interpreter there, that means you can't satisfy an EIPA. So it, IEP, thank you, IEP, individual education plan.
and so I don't know how HLO can help with that, kind of warn the educational system, hey, there's a big change coming down the pipeline, start to, adjust your budgets now. I don't know how we can communicate that. I've been telling PPS for the last 5 years, right? Big changes are coming, big changes are coming. And so we need to let the rest of the state know.
Jack, possible.
Are the interpreters ready? We don't need to switch. We're all staying where we are. Okay. And this is Colleen. So just to clarify, I have 2 different questions. So the concept of the ladder and progression. So emerging interpreters who are brand new in the field start out with the provisional license, and they can have that provisional license renewed up to 5 times. So that gives them about 5 years. Then they, go for their educational license. So that means they have 10 years before they have to be RID certified. Am I understanding that correctly? If they pass their RID proficiency quickly, that's one case, but if not, they have up to 10 years. So the 5 years for provisional and 5 years for the educational license. Is that correct? Or do they overlap?
Sammy?
This is Sammy. Only if they choose to work in education would they get the education license. They may want to be in medical, so they get their generalist license and have that for 2 renewal cycles. And then move up to supervisor. They wouldn't have to go to education if they weren't working in it. You take it all. It's an option.
This is Colleen. Okay, so how can I explain this? So let's say an individual decides to interpret in educational settings. So they'll have up to 10 years before is that correct? Okay, you answered yes, no?
This is Eric. I thought it was 7 years. 2 renewals for provisionary.
5 for, this is Jack, 5 for provisional, 2 for general. For generalists.
Okay.
So that's
So 7 years? Colleen saying?
Can we hold for the interpreters, please? There's a lot of crosstalk.
Colleen saying, I'm sorry, it's my fault.
Okay, I'll move.
So it's technically 9 years, 2 renewals, including the time, the application time frame. So you have the year plus the 2 renewals, that's 3. If it's 5, then that's 6, total of 9 years. Eric?
But that's assuming people are in the freelance world. In education, you can't do traditional.
Right.
So you don't get those 5 years. You get 2 years, right?
You can provisional.
In education.
Pass the EIPA.
I thought it said the provisional license wasn't permitted for legal education and medical.
Provisional says EIPA 3.5.
This is Heather. I think you're talking about 2 different things. The provisional license cannot work in an educational setting.
That's
Okay.
that's what I'm saying.
Right.
But. That's the problem.
Tammy? Can we switch? Or we move on like where?
Tammy, I don't know who's going.
Tammy?
Just a quick, it's 1:10. And we have 6 license titles, but we haven't finished one. Make sure we, everyone else.
This is Tammy. So the provisional says you can't work in education, but it also says you have to have an EIPA 3.5. Also, to the OAR, the rules, it says 3.5, you can work in education. So it says both of those things, and those are conflicting information. So if we actually have the EIPA 3.5 or above, that's saying that we can work in education. So what are we gonna do about that? Because it is in Oregon law.
You're talking about that's under the Oregon Department of Education rules.
This is
But
Tammy,
that's
correct,
not
yes. The
for a license.
NOAR.
So the licenses, whether or not you get licensed determines what setting you can work in with your license.
This is Tammy. So how so what do we do? Because the OAR says that you can work in educational with a 3.5 or above EPA score.
So for ODE's purposes, you would be in compliance with ODE's purposes, but you wouldn't be in compliance with the licensure laws that require you to have a license in order to work in Oregon in particular settings.
This is Tammy. So how can we have how can we have two legal things that are conflicting like that? Like,
So
shouldn't they match?
what ODE and HLO are trying to do is coordinate their rules, but we're still in the figuring that out and coordination process. But there are 2 different things. So again, whether you'd be in compliance with ODE's rules, and then whether you have a license under HLO's laws are 2 different things. So just because you would be in compliance with ODE's rules at this time doesn't necessarily mean that you would have a license and qualify for a license and be in compliance with that. So, but they're trying to get things to coordinate.
This is Tammy. So how did this bill pass if the laws are already contradictory?
So. The
I
law,
mean, maybe that's a discussion for later.
Well, I think that we're confusing law and rule. Law is what the legislature makes and what ODE has as a rule. So a rule can be changed during the meeting.
So which does the interpreter follow, a rule or the law?
We're trying to mesh them together. So my understanding is that they're gonna go with whatever this board decides, but I don't know if that's what would really happen.
so
So that's another good one for later. And this is Eric. Yep, another later.
Okay, Colleen, do you have something else? you wanna do?
Colleen saying, I lost it.
It's, you'll remember as soon as you come back.
Mary has her hand raised. Eric, this is Colleen, you were commenting about, oh darn it, I was doing it wrong again. Okay, sorry, Eric, I'm getting your name something good. Okay.
Jackson, yeah, I think Colleen started.
So all will end up with a supervisory license eventually, but you know, but people will have a choice not to supervise. So, but like how the requirement for like, let's say that 10 hours of requirements, what happens if they don't follow, meet the 10 hours, is their license going to be revoked?
Or will be put on in the morning.
What kind of system will we have set up? This is Jack Heather.
Thanks, Jack. So if the board makes that as a requirement for renewal of the license, and they didn't meet that renewal requirement, then they wouldn't get their license on renewal.
This is
So
Colleen. Okay, doesn't that solve it?
just to go back, because I've heard a few things that I just want to clarify. The law states that the supervisory license holder may supervise licensed provisional sign language interpreters. So that's the box that we have for supervisory licenses. It doesn't say that they have to, but it says that they may, and that supervision is of licensed provisional sign language interpreters. So that would be something that you could further provide rules on as to what that supervision looks like. But that's the box that we have that the statute gave us.
Mitch?
So I know with this recent discussion, we did get community feedback. We wanted community feedback. So what happens if we don't require supervision hours? I mean, let's say, let's get it set up for now, and then we get community feedback and they say, you know, provisional licensees don't have enough support. And then later, can the board add a specific number of hours? For now, we could leave it general and just kind of see what happens with the support of our provisional interpreters after we get some feedback. If we need to change something, then we could change something later.
Tammy's giving a thumbs up.
Yes, does anybody else want to add anything?
Eric says I'm good.
Anybody else want to add? Good. Okay.
And this is Mish, so meaning supervisory hours. That's the whole thing that we're gonna just hold off on right now. We're not even gonna discuss it right now.
Jack is saying.
And we'll just leave it open. And just kind of see what happens, right?
Jack says, yeah.
This is Mitch nodding.
Yeah, so I guess what we need to do now, is there anything else we need to add to the discussion related to provisional license before we proceed? So we can supervisory.
Eric, I thought we were already on general.
Oh, we were, okay. That's great,
But we jump back.
as you were.
This is Eric. We're on page 6.
I just want to add one more quick thing, yeah. And as far as the general certification goes, that can be very similar to the provisional in regards to like the general already has the. Oh, the reverse skills. Reverse skills certificate. So we're gonna make sure it's removed as well. So we just gotta make sure that provisional and general match.
And that's,
Supervisory in general.
so that's line 25 on page 7. For a generalist license that includes that RSC. You were saying to. It's, yeah, that.
Line 25, yep, that. This is Eric.
So,
Remove that.
okay.
All right, great.
Okay.
This is Jack. Bob, did you have something?
Anything else that anybody wants to add to the general license discussion? Oh. Bob?
I'm good, thank you.
Yeah, all right, so, Sandy, you mind taking the lead?
Yep, no, so bottom of page 8 is the educational license. And if this order is not right, let me know. This is how my brain works, but I'm not sure it's right. Like the RAC had me reverse it, provisional, and then work our way down. So maybe that's just, it can be
Yes,
moved
the
around.
provisional, yes, that's right. And then the education, and then medical. But you've got the general.
So the next one is the education license on page 8. 8 and 9. So it just says that you can renew it 5 times, which we've already kind of talked about. And then gives you a list of the certification for what you have to have. So 5 is meet the standards of Department of Education. And then 6 is submit proof of meeting the following minimum standards. And then A is achieving a passing score of 3.5 or above on the EIPA performance test or holding a RID National Interpreter Certification, RID Certificate of Interpretation, or RID Certificate of Transliteration. So that's page 9, line 1723. And A and B. A and B.
Those were the draft.
This was Audrey, did RAC modify those?
No.
Where are yeah.
That's the ODE rules, right?
Would-
Line 7.
Oh, no, that's health licensing.
That's not license. Okay,
Yeah. You'll find that on everyone.
I saw it on all of them, like. I mean, that's. Thank you.
So moving,
Yeah, Eric.
Hi, Eric again. I just wanted to clarify, got you. So the educational license talks about following the ODE, whatever rule. ODE applies to really age 0 to 21. It doesn't include college, university level, post-secondary. Are we considering adding post-secondary into the licensure, right? Because it's currently not included. So I'm curious if we are going to require college, universities, and post-secondary to have a license or not, because right now we say we follow ODE rules. So does that only applies to 0 to 21, not 0 to 12? It doesn't apply to post-secondary. So there's no rules right now about the post-secondary interpreters.
Yeah, I don't want it.
That.
We
Hold on.
discussed this at our last meeting on January 24th.
So-
Specifically for K-12.
So the college environment has to just be the generalist licensure. So that's how we separated post-secondary. Because we wanted to, 0 to 21, there's language deprivation that impacts their language and their abilities. So that we kind of focused, that's why we focused on we didn't focus on the college and post-secondary levels because we thought that a generalist could just apply. Thank you, guys. This is Jack. Al, go ahead. Will you please hold this for me, thanks. This is Al. I'm looking at page 9, line 18, and so it says the EIPA above 3.5. My question is, have we definitely decided? How did they make the decision to go to 3.5 compared to a 4.0? So how do we get? Does the EIPA max out at a 4? I'm just trying to understand this system better. It maxes out at a 5. Oh, okay. Thank you for that clarification, Eric. And then line 21. It says a BA degree, or I don't understand what we are. The RID. Just go ahead. Hold on for the interpreter. Eric, please wait and don't respond.
Line 21, the AA or a BA degree in the educational
Interpreter training program. And they have to pass the EIPA and a written. The EIPA written. So my question is. So is it, do we want all, are we saying all interpreters need to have a BA degree or above? Is that the question? Like, or should we change that to an AA degree and above? This is Jack. Eric? So for that language, I really want to, it needs to be like all these things are really ors, right? We have, you can do this or this, you can do this or this. So that says a BA degree or an AA degree. Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry, there's a little side comment.
Using standard expectations. Oh, okay.
So that paragraph actually is a BA or an AA degree from an interpreter training program or a written. It doesn't mean that all of them are required. That means that if you have one of those for the education license, you're good.
Yeah.
So
I think what Alan was saying was, they thought it was gonna be all the same, like I mentioned, the degree. You like to do EIPA? Right. That's what I was saying.
So right now, that rule, how it's set up right now, it just follows ODE requirements, that's all. So that's there's an OAR that has, I don't know, that's really that, to provide interpreters in K through 12, it requires a 3.5 or above on the EIPA. And one of these 3 things, a BA, an AA, or the written test. So the 3.5 performance test and one of these other requirements is required. That is already in law. Or a rule, sorry for the interpreter not knowing the difference between the OAB, whatever. So it's already established. So it's just setting up that meeting. This is Eric, thank you. This is Tammy, and I think Eric already explained it. So, but line 16 mentions OAR. And that big number afterwards. Everything after below that is directly from the OAR. So that's language from that OAR. So the OAR provides different pathways for people to work in an educational setting. So If you pass the EIPA, great, and you have a bachelor's, great. But if you haven't taken the EIPA, but you have a RAD certification, sorry, I'm getting back on the Zoom lens here, thank you. So, but if you have an RAD certification, but you haven't taken your EIPA, you can still work in education with a bachelor's or take the written test. So that's how I was hired back. When I was first hired back, because I hadn't taken the EIPA yet. I've taken it now, however, but when I was first hired back to work in the educational system, I did not have it. So that language is borrowed directly from the OAR.
Interpreters are going to switch.
Where am I going here? Going under the tent. Okay, good.
This is Jack. I'm checking Mish. Are you doing all right?
Yep, thumbs up.
Okay, I think we are done with the educational license, correct? Yes, satisfied, leave it as is, correct?
Thumbs up over here, Bob.
Next. Medical.
This is Sammy, the medical license. Is basically the requirement that the healthcare interpreter program had before August 2023. So now they have a transition program that they're doing where you have to do something before this date, something else before this date. That is not in here. Hopefully when we get down the road, I'll have that worked in here. Maybe we won't have rules until it's finalized. That would be great. So otherwise it's what they had originally. So, which is, to be a medical, you have to hold a supervisory or generalist license and show proof of one of the following certifications, and there's A or B. One is certification in ASL interpreting from RID, or the American Sign Language Proficiency Interview, or Sign Language Proficiency Interview with a minimum proficiency level of 4. Proficiency level of 4.
What line are we on?
Page 10, 15 through 26, and 11, 2 and 3.
That is the name, the SLPI. This is Jack speaking of knowledge. You have to go to the same thing, pointing to a piece of paper.
You just want to clarify some wording. Yeah.
That's all I was doing, clarifying wording to comment. Okay, now here we are. This is Jack speaking again. I want to ask something. I will come on screen. I do have a question. Maybe you know more than I do. You're a lawyer. If this is a law or a rule. But my understanding is that for interpreters, either if it's an ASL interpreter or some spoken language interpreter, they need to get their HCI, healthcare interpreter, like before they apply for this. Is that correct?
Before they can interpret any medical.
Before they can interpret any medical. Is that correct? Eric is saying.
They have two. One is the HCI, which is like the temporary endorsement, and then the OHCI, that's after you've taken the 64-hour course that's required. So one's called
Calling
qualified,
the same 6
and one's 60 hours. One's called qualified, which means you haven't taken the training yet. One means certified, which means you finished the training. So they're two.
Okay, this is Jack. So my question is, I know myself and also spoken language interpreters, if they're required to have an HCI certification. I'm not sure either of them, is that a fact or is that a fact that I have to have that in order to first apply for the medical?
No, exactly. No, fact.
So Heather?
Those are two separate things. The HCI program, the Healthcare Interpreter Program, is separate from this licensure. And this licensure qualifications is not based on being in the registry. These are
Correct.
separate.
Okay. Well, it's my understanding that for any interpreter to be able to interpret in a medical setting, it's a requirement to get the HCI certification to be on the registry. That's been my understanding. And so I'm asking this because when we look at the items, the requirements, I don't see the HCI listed anywhere in here. So maybe we could have it instead of some of this, these other requirements, maybe that would be sufficient to just list, you must have your HCI. Instead of the SLPI. Or the other credentials, let's see, page 11, line 2. B, the ASLPI and SLPI, maybe that line can be replaced with HCI certification, because I think that would be good enough. Because there's similar requirements and rules for HCI as we do here. So that would reduce, it would give us less work to do. You list that.
So this is Heather.
Okay, I understand you were Heather.
We're gonna tag team on this one. And this is Heather. So they're two separate things. To be on the healthcare interpreter registry, you have to fulfill their requirements. And those laws pertain to certain categories of individuals have to use a person off of the registry if they are providing services, including interpretation services. Okay, so that's different from our laws, which require licensure in a medical setting. So those are different because one of the requirement lays on the healthcare provider. The healthcare provider has to use a person off of the registry, but it doesn't require a person to be on the registry. But people would want to be on the registry if they want to be able to interpret for those individuals, right? There's incentive there. But the requirement is on the provider to use a person off of the registry. Whereas our laws are about having a license in order to be able to work in a medical setting. Now, when the HLO rules were created, and this is where Sammy and I are going to tag team, my memory may not be serving me well. The focus was on capturing the largest group of people from the HCI program. So to not set up a barrier from someone being able to get a medical license. So these were the requirements that were found that were at the lower level to be able to capture the greatest number of interpreters that could be on the HCI. So the lowest level of qualification to be onto the HCI program. So they do correspond that way, but we didn't directly state you need to be on the HCI program for a variety of reasons that I'm not sure I can get into based on my lack of memory of those details at this moment.
Okay.
Did I get that right, Sam?
Yep, you got it perfect.
Sorry, that was the way back.
Okay, so in that case, this is that, I guess I'll need to look at their sign language interpreter requirements and follow that the best we can. That the wording that they've established, that we can include that here, that's my 2 cents.
Can you repeat that? Because I'm not sure that I heard all the details and I want to make sure that we have those.
Okay, yeah, I mean, with the HPI, they already have specific requirements, criteria in order to be HCI certified. We talked about that last June, that was a big discussion. And I know it applies to the interpreter community in general, so I'm asking that we maybe use some of their verbiage in what we design here in terms of using specific language for interpreting requirements. I know that HCI includes the healthcare or the spoken language interpreters too, but I would like to use their requirements as much as possible. The interpreter's asking question, is that better when I do that? Can you hear better?
Much better.
Got it. Are we good?
Mrs. Sammy, yeah, but here's the problem is HCI has this graduated method that they're using. So when they originally put their rules in place, they went to the lowest common denominator, which was those 2 qualifications, the SLPI and the certification ASL from RIT. So that was originally pre-August 2023, right? And then after that, now they have the following qualified and certified people have to, before July 31st, 2024, comply with all this other stuff before they renew. So, and this other stuff is all kinds of things. Like, I think there's a test. Hold on. Yes, the Oregon certified take the 60 hours. So everybody has to get that 60 hours before July 31st, 2024. Yeah. So is that what you're saying? Have that requirement in here as well?
Heather, go ahead. I want to hear what you're saying. I'm still thinking.
Thanks, Jack. So, because it's a graduated program, as Sammy is explaining, and people are stepping up, they don't currently have those qualifications. And so that's why we have the lowest denominator to catch that group of people. And then the rule could be amended once their graduated program is over.
I disagree with this. I mean, they've done research on this. Yesterday, all day, I was doing research about this. And OHA, Oregon Health Authority, they require the HCI, but they have the minimum. I didn't see graduated skills. Maybe for spoken language interpreters, that's the case, but for ASL interpreters, it looks like we only have 1 level of requirements needed in order to get your HCI credential. But they require RID certification, and Colleen is going to come here and have some comments.
I don't know how many of you have the HCI, the medical.
I have mine, but mine's still
Eric's is like,
qualified.
but you're interpreting right now. I know, but I raised my hand. Stay in your role. I know all the working interpreters are HCI, but I'm asking the board members. They are. I love you. So please correct us if I'm wrong. So my understanding is that we just have to register until you take the 60 hours, and then you are labeled as qualified. So right now, there's no requirement forcing them to become qualified because there's no assessment or tests. Sorry, that's another thing, but Right now, they're registered, they haven't completed the 60 hours. I am still in process for whatever reasons. Are you registered or qualified?
I haven't taken the 60-hour course yet. So
Okay,
I think that's-
Myself too. So, but you're registered, okay. So my understanding is that whether you're registered or qualified, the qualified is for the 3 spoken languages that they have tests for. For the register part of it, they expect the ASL interpreters who work in any medical setting of virtual or in person in Oregon, you must have the HCI registry. You have to be registered at least, the healthcare interpreter HCI. So the same thing should apply with the educational, the 3.5, it should be above that to register, right? Now, that would apply for all. Yes, okay, the RAD is required. Oh.
Because. I have
You're
one
saying no?
person That has a 4.0.
Okay, wait, hold on. You can say your piece in a second if you come up here, if you want to add to it. Do you want to add to it? Yeah, I think you have to recognize the EIPA too.
Jack is showing a screen and saying, no, it's not there.
So
It's not listed.
before they accepted the IPA for.
They did,
One of my staff.
one of my staff members has the medical license. And, but yet, well, I was gonna say they don't have RID, but no, they have the old RID, ed
Before. it was
K-12,
on
before it was an
certification.
RID certification, but they were kind of grandfathered in and accepted, so
They don't really accept. the
they don't really accept.
They don't really accept the EIPA unless they were grandfathered in prior to 2016 and were recognized as an Ed K-12 RID interpreter at that time. So they don't currently accept the EIPA unless you have the grandfathered certification from previously.
So from my understanding, the new requirements is for who needs to renew, but what I'm trying to say is that why doesn't the medical license, we can look at they're in good standings with HCI, and then that would be for any medical situation. So nothing under that you could do medical. You have to have the HCI in order to do any medical jobs. Why would they have anything under that licensure and not have the HCIs? They have to be in good standing to show proof that they are registered or qualified for the certification to be able to renew their medical license.
So that was Colleen speaking.
They have to show proof. We all caught up?
Show proof to HLO. Show proof to HLO.
Yes.
So
Yeah, so we just keep adding on to the cycles. Instead of doing that, we could just look at the HCI.
Well, like my physician doesn't have to use HCI interpreter. He does not take public funds. He does not use insurance. I pay him cash every month. He never has to use an interpreter, ever. Spoken or otherwise. He takes my money and that's it. Because it's directly tied to those public funds. CCOs, physicians, and the list. They have to use them if they're taking on those funds. They have to use people on that registry. So it's complicated. It's complicated.
Okay, then there's a problem.
See, it is warm in here.
Mish, this is Jack, Mish.
I have to excuse myself. I need to eat something. It's 2 o'clock and my stomach is growling. So I am so sorry. I
Jack, no,
need
that's
to take a break and I'll be back soon.
Sure. I think if we go ahead and take a 10-minute break, would you mind if we did that? Sammy's not, yes, okay, Jack is saying 10-minute break. Come back at 2 on the nose. It's a 12-minute break. Eric is saying we end at 3, so be sure to come back at 2 o'clock, and Jack is saying we have several things we'd like to discuss. Provisional, legal, and medical. That's not too bad.
Got an hour. Boy, I met the wrong night.
No, I wasn't shooting that either, right? Oh, I literally would be.
Probably gonna switch time too.
All of the options. Oh,
Okay. All of the time options, I'm like, oh. Maybe this one's like at least bad breathy. I don't care about your bad breath. I can't. I'm done with it. I'm done with it.
Dang.
So this is.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, it's the greatest day ever. Yeah.
No, you did this to me last time.
You were on.
Oh, I am.
Yep. We're okay? We're good? Recording. Okay. Recording. So recess ends at 12:06. So are we done talking about the medical license, or should we continue talking about that? Any more discussion on medical? And there's no more comments, so we'll close that topic and continue. No more comments, okay? Now on to the legal license. Any discussion, Colleen? This is one of your specialties. They Colleen said, Mitch? Mitch, where are you? This is, Jack, I believe, Colleen is the only one with legal licensure. Yeah. SCL. Here in the room. Colleen saying no, Mitch tonight. Mitch as well, that's her SCL. What page are we on? Oh, that reminds me, actually, we need to go back. Yes, we need to go back to medical. Thank you, Colleen. My question was, for application requirements for medical license, I think we should remove line 26. Proof of 1 of 2 credentials. Certification from RID, or I think we should remove the second. I think we should keep the ASLPI because in order to have a medical license, you already have to have a supervisory license. So I think we should keep that part, but we should remove the requirements for the certification. Because it would be the ASL with a supervisory license. Required for you to I think we should just leave the ASL, yeah. Any comments? Questions? And then Pauline, any question? For the HCI requirements? You require the SLK or ASLPI for minimum of 4 years. I think it's a 4 year cycle.
Yeah.
So I think you need to add that language as well.
Just
Yes, Sammy?
the certification ASL interpreting from RID. I'm not seeing it on the supervisory list, but it could be written differently.
Page 10, line 26.
No, I had found that, but under supervisory. Is it
It doesn't matter.
right? They were saying be redundant.
What you're looking for is on page 5.
Okay, which one is it?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Any of those.
Yeah, going back to page
That's not
10.
fine.
Got it. So that's just the.
Hold on, just one moment, you can get Jack caught up.
Page 5.
So. What page is it on? Page 5. Line 11, Pauline's saying.
Yeah.
Page 5, line 11, under supervisory license. It's already a requirement there.
My question was just the wording's not the same, but it sounds like it's any one of those.
Yes, basically, and for your medical license, you must hold the supervisory license. That's on line 20, page 10. So basically, we don't need that requirements. It's redundant. License, just remove it. And maintain the SLPI and ASLPI. Is that clear? Yes, Eric.
You sign
Um, so if we are removing the line that says RID certification, because it's already with the supervisory list, the supervisory list also includes the EEI as a way to satisfy the supervisory license.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that. I don't know if there's like a BDI medical test or certification or something, but if we remove the RID certification to say that the supervisory is redundant, then the supervisories allow BDI people to also be eligible for the test. And I don't know if that's currently how it has it, that BDI is equivalent to RID. And so if we remove that line RID for medical interpreting, then my assumption would be it would be permitting folks with BDI to also be eligible for the medical license. Which, if that's an equivalent, that would allow for more interpreters in the medical field. But I don't know that the BDI test,
Wow, that really opens the gate.
I don't know that the BDI test is equivalent to an RID.
Pauline is taking her head no. Jack says, Tammy?
Okay, I'm not very knowledgeable about the BEI, but it's from my understanding that the BEI, it's in Texas. It includes medical. I'm not certain. Oh,
You guys
thank
get over.
Thank you, and this is Tammy speaking. But for medical and legal license, both of those, you need to talk about RID, BEI certification. We need to talk about all of those because you need to have for either, or I'm asking, you need that for either supervisory or generalist, correct?
Right, you're right.
Or medical or legal, am I correct?
I agree.
I'm not certain about Colleen's expression. I don't interpret in the medical or legal setting, so.
I just wanted to add on, based on my own experience, as an example, I used to work for a PRS provider and I was a scheduler. And in that position, I was responsible for placing community interpreter, even though I was working for a VRS company. I did place interpreters out in the community. VRS provider only allowed our VRS staff interpreters to be placed if they had national certification and BEI was accepted. And they were willing to be placed, and we did place them out in the community to interpret medical settings. So in those non-contract PEI was accepted. So based on that experience, I feel that it is equivalent to RID, but that's just individual. Go ahead, Eric.
Eric again.
Comment from the audience, the camera is not on in the meeting, but only audio, is that right?
I don't know.
I can hear everything.
Must be this person's. Should be frozen on there.
Or maybe. They can look for ASL interpreter. Maybe it's the name. Spotlight it. Are we? Mary, do we have the spotlight on ASL interpreter?
is exactly what
the public will
see is what's up on the screen.
Okay, thank you.
Jack is saying. Yeah, someone sent me a message just now saying I can see Kim responding. This must be that person.
Okay. So the BEI has different levels, like beginner, intermediate, and master. So I think we should be careful about blanket statement accepting BEI. And if we don't have enough information now, maybe we can table it for later to distinguish those differences in those levels. So that way we're saying, if we're gonna say it's equivalent to RID certification, we need to be aware of those. I don't know that.
Jack, can you read that an exception maybe, or an exemption? You want to say something, Colleen? Yeah, go ahead, Colleen.
Okay.
Saying no, Eric, okay, so you're done.
The last part I was just saying is, if this requires more discussion, postpone until another later date, to kind of review what those levels are, so that we as a board can say, yes, master is what is equivalent to RID certification, or intermediate is equivalent to RID certification. That doesn't sound like we have anything else right now about the BEI levels, and so I just think we should keep that in mind before we just accept it as an equivalent.
And there's lots of head nodding in the audience.
Eric? Eric, there you are. Anyways, I'm Colleen. As we were just talking and I read over it again, and the requirements are like a proof of supervision, general, and the EIPA. So I think we should just leave it as it's written.
because the medical, and RID, the EIPA is not gonna be a substitute for a qualified medical interpreter. So I think we're just gonna leave it as it's written. I don't think we need to remove anything.
That's
Sorry.
okay.
Cause I just read it again and I think we're good.
I really appreciate your perspective. I agree. Thank you.
So. So leave in line 26, page 10.
Yeah.
Actually, hold on just one moment, sorry. Mish, now that you're back, and then say.
Sorry, I just finished eating, so I had my camera off, but it's a good reminder that be the people who aren't on screen,
The people who are sitting next to the interpreter, it's very difficult to hear them.
oh, when they're sitting up there. So maybe if this is the interpreter speaking, so maybe if you're gonna speak for yourself, then you can stay seated where you're at. Or.
And Colleen said, that's a hearing problem.
And Mish is saying, well, we also have the Cartwell, so we have the captions, so I'm okay. But I'm thinking about, the Cartwell, if that person is able to hear well.
Jack, thank you, Mish. And Sammy, you had a comment or question?
Keep line 10, page 10, line 26. We'll keep it.
Yes, we're
For now.
doing.
Okay.
And as the interpreter, we are going to. Image.
This is the captioner. Yes, it is very hard to hear at times.
Okay, you're here. Yes, I'm here.
Excuse me. Well,
Okay, is everybody ready? Interpreters ready? And interpreters are ready. Okay, Sammy, floor is yours. Continue.
The legal license on page 11. Lines 5 through 24. They have to be a generalist or supervisory license holder. And this is an ongoing renewal. And the requirements are submit proof of 40 hours of education on legal interpreting and hold one of the following. Qualified interpreter through ORS, court interpreter through ORS, Ritzer specialist certification legal, RID conditional legal interpreting permit relay, or board of evaluation of interpreters, court interpreter certificate.
Sammy, this is the interpreters asking, what page are you on? I'm not seeing any of that.
page 12.
Page 12. Okay, got it. Thank you.
That one good?
So this is Jack. My question is for Mish or Colleen, either of you. You guys both do legal. So do you feel the 40 hours, Colleen? Colleen, I'm asking you. And do you feel that 40 hours is enough for legal interpreting? I'm asking. Colleen is saying, yeah. I mean, I've seen other state licenses require 80, so I'm curious about your thoughts about that. Mish! Mish!
Hi, this is Mish. I'm trying to remember where the 40 hours came from. I remember that being from the Washington state requirements, I believe. When Washington State tried to, when they were preparing people for the SEL, they provided a 40-hour training. It was state run and they made the decision that that was a good number of hours in order to prepare for the SEL. So that's where I think the 40 hours came from. Sorry, I've been doing this for so many years, so it's been a while, but yeah, it came from somewhere.
So again, this is Jack again. My question is 40 hours enough?
I took a 40-hour training for my SEL and I passed. I felt prepared. So I would say yes.
Jack gives 2 thumbs up and says, the floor is to Colleen.
This is Colleen. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? This is Colleen. 40 hours. Oh, good. I'm glad you were laughing. Good. The 40 hours, I don't know if it's the perfect number, but it's a good place to start because a lot of the members and people out in the community think, ooh, you need a legal license to do certain kinds of assignments, and maybe they're qualified, but they don't have the license. So they're trying to fulfill all the requirements so they can be licensed. And I think that 40 is a good number to start with, and we can increase it over time.
Jack gives the 1 thumbs up.
So, and then also, do you see, my second item is the clip? It's page 12, line 11. Conditional legal interpreting permit relay. The clipper. Okay, interpreters are caught up. Yeah, so it's not being offered, but I do remember it was 150 hours when it was offered. Ooh, the reason being because it's for deaf interpreters that already, maybe they're certified, but they wanted more legal training. So the 150 included trainings, workshops, observations, mentorship, on-the-job experience. Now that I look back, I think that was 15 years ago, I believe, something like that. It was before was it before my kids or after my kids? Anyway, to get that, you know, the SEL replaced that, and my journey, you know, the clip required, there are some courts that don't recognize the clipper. So because there was no testing involved to get that credential. So, you know, I'm not suggesting that, but 150 hours is a lot of time. So 40 hours, 150, no, you know, that's a range, but I would say 150 would really go against our goal. It would hurt the community, and I think 40 is a good place to start.
There are lots of head nods and it seems to be agreement. Thumbs up amongst the board members. So anything that we need to add to the legal licensing? The last one is provisional. So on the topic of provisional interpreting, what would we like to discuss? And Colleen is saying, hold on, I have a, Jack saying, yes, Colleen. Colleen saying, I do have a question.
Yeah, I have this, again, this is Colleen, hello, and I have a clarifying question in regards to page 12, line 4. It says it requires 40 hours of legal training. Is that only for the initial application, or do they need it every year for renewal? Because I feel that that's an important question to consider. Okay, so just one time, the 40 hours, and once you have that, in term, so
You can renew.
you can renew without, annually, without needing an additional 40 hours of training. Right? It's just a one-time 40-hour training. I think it's really important that even though RID does not provide a legal certification, but we do have to take CEUs. Mish, what are your thoughts? Yeah, it's a good idea, Mish is saying to add continuing education as part of the renewal, but we should table that
All right,
until
so
later.
parking lot, Table it. Jack, table it. Elliot, okay, I'm done your. This is Jack, okay. So we're closing legal. Now we are on to provisional. And we're gonna open this up for discussion on the provisional license. I'll say someone up there, I don't get it. Oh, this is Jack. Nish, go ahead.
As I'm reading through this, my question is line number 19. Maybe supervised on-site or remotely. But it doesn't say anything if they're supposed to be synchronous or is it synchronous or asynchronous? Could it be that the observation would, maybe the discussion, the debriefing would happen after the actual event? Or does it need to happen right after, at the time of the event?
Who's talking?
That was Mish.
Oh.
Sammy, this is Jack. Sammy, go ahead.
The way it's written now is it wouldn't matter. You could do on-site or not on-site and you wouldn't, you could just have consultation after. The RAC is gonna be working kind of on observation versus in-person versus more of like a peer review, supervisory review scenario. So that's one of their jobs. So, does that answer your question?
Mish says yes, thank you.
Jack, okay. Any other discussion?
Tammy has her hand raised, so does Eric.
Jack, this is, I think Tammy was first.
You know, I have to stay and talk, right? So they can hear me.
If you
If
want to
you-
talk. Are you gonna talk?
So. I guess my reason for a little bit of doubt is, we haven't talked about like learner's permit or anything yet. And so if we just go ahead and approve this and the requirement is 3.5 or above for provisional and we don't get to the learner's permit piece. My concern is for those up and coming uncertified interpreters to be able to get experience to become certified. And so since we haven't gotten to the learner's permit piece yet, I'm kind of apprehensive to say this is good to go. Because if we don't put that protection in for uncertified people, then it's gonna affect us in Southern Oregon. It's gonna remove some people from currently working. And so I don't know if we can talk about one before the other. But I have a hard time saying, let's pull the trigger on this if we're not gonna have time to ensure there's a learner's permit in there for that safety net.
This is Jack. Mish?
This is Mish speaking. I want to clarify something. We did pass the learner's permit.
This is Jack, right?
Yes, we voted and it
And
passed.
that's correct, yes.
So currently I see the specialty licenses. And the board discussed about offering a specialty license, which means, that could include the learner permit. So we can make the decision now if you want, we can create that ruling.
Sammy, go ahead. This is-
So in regards to the learner permit, we did not file a temporary rule on that there, for a few reasons. First reason was we have the limited waiver in place, so we're not taking enforcement action on anybody performing services until June 8th. And then there was some debate over exactly what it was doing. Just my understanding was it was basically allowing provisional people to work in education, so they could continue getting training, so they could keep learning, and then some question came into place about the rule piece. And how are we defining rule? Is Woodburn rule versus Roseburg rule? And is that just opening up a giant loophole if anybody's just a learner permit and learn forever? So I wasn't sure, and then we just put it on hold because we had the limited waiver. So needed some more parameters around
Head nods. This is Jack. Tammy, go ahead.
This is Tammy again. Hello. So we need to grow more interpreters. We need a place for where upcoming interpreters can practice. They can't do medical, they're not permitted to do legal interpreting and then educational interpreting. So where can they practice? We have the provisional license where, they can interpret it with medical, legal, and educational, maybe with a supervisory interpreter with direct supervision. They'd have to be teamed with, work the assignment with them. That would be offering a path for, I don't want to say anything about deaf interpreters per se, but remember, we have deaf interpreters too. And there are very few ways for interpreters to get the appropriate documentation or certification. So if a provisional licensee is paired with a supervisory in medical, legal, or educational, that would be great because we have a dire need.
This is Jack, I agree.
So could we add something, change something, table it for a later discussion? I don't know what we want to do with that, but. Mish, you have your hand raised? Mish is saying, I want to clarify about this process for Sammy. Or I want to ask. Is that right? If it's passed, if I remember correctly, the license, learner's permit says that sign language interpreters can provide interpreting services under direct on-site supervision. That language is there. So for Sammy, this is a question for you. Does this apply in terms of using this for where we're at right now with the board, with the RAC committee? Could we make a decision for maybe a specialty license? What that process would look like.
Jack, this is Sammy. Jack, go ahead, Sammy.
any case doesn't. Go ahead.
Can I ask you to ask your question again, please?
Yes, this is Mish. So in the last meeting, when we passed the learner's learning permit, we put that on hold. And now we're making a ruling now,
It's not.
or excuse me, it's not in the rules yet. So my question is, can we put it in the rules now at this point? And what information what would HLO need from the board to do that?
This is Heather. Thank you for reiterating that.
I'm so sorry. I know my question was vague. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to clarify the question. That's Mish.
I think I'm going to answer this in two pieces. A few things need to be looked at on the back end before what the board agreed on and passed at its last meeting can be put into rule. So there's a possibility that nothing else is needed by the board and just some background steps in terms of matching it up with statute and verifying that everything is as it needs to be can happen. Now, if things don't match up, then we do need some additional direction from the board in order to narrow that learner's permit. And we're not at a place yet to say that we need additional information from the board unless you want to give direction today to narrow what you said last time and want to provide that information. So I think at this point, the verification from what we heard last time, that is what the board has asked for, that what we heard was correct, it would be enough. And then it would remain on hold and we would be able to give you further information at the next meeting as to whether we need anything further from the board or whether the rule is, or whether what the board voted on is placed into rule and is final. I shouldn't say final, but is in rule, which you can always amend. Does that make sense?
We're going to pause so the interpreters can switch, please.
All right, Mish, go ahead. Thank you for clarifying. That is very helpful. So my next question is, I want to make sure there's enough time for community feedback and community engagement. If the specialty license or learner's permit, as we're calling it, if we're putting it on hold and we're not publishing it and putting that out into the public, it seems that the community feedback on the other licenses, the generalist, provisional, medical, etc., we'll get that information, but we won't get any feedback on the specialty license that we're proposing. I feel like that's a missed opportunity. Sorry, Mitch, say that again. I missed
I
it.
mean, I got it. You're asking if we can put in the proposed rules,
And that's all.
and I think there's a question up there.
Yes, that's my question. Thank you. And again, I am really sorry. I'm tired as well, so.
Thank you, Mish. Thank you. This is Jack. I know that there's things that we can't discuss yet unless we finish some other things that we need to discuss. That we have 18 minutes left, and I think that we would like to have some time to listen to the community and have some board business to discuss. Sammy?
Yes, we can put it in the proposed rule, and if we circle back and it's something is not lawful or we need to fine tune it, we can do that during the process. So we're good to go. Especially to get feedback, I think that's a good point.
Mish, that's great.
Audrey?
So I just wanted to let everybody know that I have a hard stop at 3. I cannot stay longer. Thing is staying.
And Mish is asking, wait, is the meeting scheduled to end at 3?
Yes, the answer is yes, 3 o'clock.
Okay,
Okay, so anything else we wanted to discuss regarding provisional? If not, we should close that and move on to the next part of the agenda. Okay, we'll close it, no objections. So now we are,
Did I miss a motion? Yeah, can you make a motion to approve the proposal? With the minor changes? Make a motion.
I can't make a motion, so. Okay. Anyone want to make a proposal?
I propose that we accept the,
Make a motion
make a motion
that we accept
that we accept
the proposal.
the proposed rules with the changes that have been discussed.
Any seconds? I'll second it. And let's vote. We'll start with Eric. Aye. Aye. Kevin. Aye. Audrey. Al. Jack, I say aye as well. Pauline says aye. Unanimous decision.
Oh, Mish.
I pretty support, yes, aye. Mish says, I love you all.
Okay, I'm so sorry. All right, Sammy?
If necessary, we can skip right over 6, you go right to public comment.
Mish has her hand raised. What's number 6? Mish is asking?
Director's report.
Oh, 6 is the director's report and fiscal or licensing staff.
On the agenda. Mish?
Under number 6, it seems the HLO set up the board terms. And so are we going to discuss that and make any decisions? How that was decided? You know, who's staying for 1 year? What positions have what terms? I don't remember that discussion at all.
Go ahead, Sammy, and answer that.
Yeah. That is in the law. The law states.
This is Mitch, but who did that? I understand that it's in the law,
Well, the legislature.
but which positions has which terms? Continue for how long?
Oh, like who got in each slot?
Yeah.
What are the
yeah,
terms for each
Exactly.
Yeah, how was that assigned? How was a person put into a position?
the governor's office
Yeah.
decided based on the criteria and who fit the criteria. That make
Mitch
sense?
is saying, okay. No, I'm sorry. Sorry, yeah, I misunderstood. I thought the board was going to be discussing that today, so.
Am I understanding what we're talking about correctly? Terms of service? Yeah, no, we have no say over that.
Mitch, okay, thank you.
This is Jack. Okay, thank you. Now, number 7, we're gonna open up to public comment. I want to emphasize that everyone has 3 minutes to make their comments, 3 minutes only. Is that right, Carrie? If I remember from last time, we have a 3-minute limit. All right, perfect. Now, do we have a list of names of who's gonna go first and down the list?
And Mish was saying that she's going to turn off her video to make room for public comment. We did unsend.
I just want to remind the chair that he has a script to read.
Oh, yeah, perfect, thank you.
And the interpreter's gonna come over or find where the script is. Do you have another copy of that for the interpreters?
Okay.
Which one? The blonde who's on the move. Wait, Heather, wait, Heather.
See, and I was thinking about going, everything that's you. At this time, the Board of Sign Language Interpreters will now hear the public interest parties' feedback. Members of the public, please wait until you've been recognized. Once recognized, please state your name and affiliation to the board for the record. And again, 3-minute reminder. Max. Carrie. So if you would like to recognize Karen, she has her hand raised. Sharon. Sharon.
Hey, y'all, again, thank you for all the work that you're doing. It's pretty incredible and it's complex. Can you hear me?
On your video or unmute.
Can y'all hear me? This is Sharon.
I think she's waiting for Jack to call.
I think, no, I think she was talking, but we can't hear her. Do we have speakers on? Can we turn-
Sharon, we can hear you in Zoom, but maybe not in the room.
Thank you. Don't know how to rectify that.
Sharon, unmute yourself.
This is Sharon, who is unmuted. And hopefully somebody is looking at the transcript and can see that I'm being heard on Zoom.
Computer, you'll need a new app to open the microphone. Oh.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, I don't feel like I'm camera ready. But,
Sharon, I can hear you now.
okay, and that's because the video's on?
Can you put the microphone next to the speaker on the?
No, that's not gonna move that far. Oh, that.
Yeah, that.
Can y'all still hear me?
I can hear you, yes, Sharon.
On my end, I have that weird feedback thing that happens, but so, just a couple of comments. First of all, I had started out with saying thank you all very much for your work. I know this is so complex and, you know, Carrie and Sammy and others must be going like, oh my goodness. Being new to this. One of the clarifications that I wanted to make was it was mentioned that under educational sorts of stuff, that covers folks 0 to 21. And I just wanted to clarify that that really is dealing with IDEA. And so a college student who is 20 years of age wouldn't fall under that, for example. And the other thing I wanted to address is there's been a lot of talk about the educational license, also including post-secondary education. And from listening to this, it feels like y'all are defining post-secondary ed as university and college. I think that needs to be further conversation because for example, any community ed classes, would that require an educational license? Things like massage schools, cosmetology schools, there's so much. There's the basic writer training that's required by the state of Oregon. You know, personal development kinds of classes. Then there's a whole, I come from a community college background, so I'm aware of a whole range of stuff through like this small business administration centers that are around and about. There's the pesticide training, flagger training. Employers can set up classes and training specific to their employees. So I just want to make sure that people are considering all the things that might fall under education. And as interpreting professionals, since the beginning of time, we have thought of educational interpreters as K-12. Which in and of itself is complex enough. I'm just fearful that if we add something that says post-secondary ed, that it becomes way more complicated. So thank you. Oh, and one more little point. I'm wondering if we can come up with a different term besides learner's permit. Other professionals have words like legal clerk, electricians are apprentice. You know, there's practice teachers, but I find learner's permit not so great. And words do matter when outside people are looking in. We may all know what that means, but you know, if a deaf interpreter has a learner's permit, not so much. All right, thanks.
Jack, thank you.
Thank you very much for tech issues. Hold on, one moment, we're gonna deal with some tech issues right now, thank you.
I haven't done anything.
No, I know.
Somebody who has their hand raised, can we go get this person here?
We have 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
5-minute warning. Eric is saying.
Fix the tech stuff. They don't need.
Just letting you know, people on Zoom, there's no audio anymore. Just letting you know, there's still no audio. I'm just thinking of the captioner as well.
This is Tina. They're currently working on it.
3 years, and I know the ins and outs. And so your understanding of different things seems to not be there. And so I would highly recommend that you reach out to Edna to get yourselves caught up on current requirements for the Oregon Healthcare Interpreters and the registry. So those are my several comments that I would like to voice now. Thank you for your time. Chad, thank you very much. Okay, Jack, anyone else want to make any comments? Whether you say we have time? Nobody else has their hand raised. I'm not sure if we have time for any more comments. So I think that we're gonna go ahead and close. Adjourn. We're gonna adjourn. Close public comment. The feedback comments. And now, is there any other board members that need to discuss anything at this time? I see none. Do we have to make a motion to adjourn?
No.
No? Okay.
Thanks, Chris.
The Board of Sign Language Interpreters meeting is adjourned at 3:01. 3 PM on the, 3 PM on the dot. We're adjourned. Oh. I have to go back to